This is a reading of the book composed of 2 lecture cycles entitled The Spiritual Hierarchies in the Physical World and Reality and Illusion, 15 lectures by Rudolf Steiner. Begin with the first cycle, The Spiritual Hierarchies in the Physical World, Lecture 1, entitled The Renewal of Primeval Wisdom, given on April 12, 1909, in the morning. This cycle of lectures will lead us into exalted regions of spiritual life, will lead us, as it were, not only from our earthly dwelling place into the vastness of physical space, but even into the spiritual worlds from which the physical aspect of space originates. At the same time, however, precisely a lecture cycle of this kind will show us that all knowledge and all wisdom aim to solve the greatest riddle of all, the riddle of the human being. For to understand the human being, what illumines the riddle must be drawn from far distant spheres. This is to say that anyone wishing to understand these lectures must be acquainted with the basic concepts of theosophy, anthroposophy, which happens to be the case with those present. Therefore, always taking care to make these matters gathered from distant spheres as understandable as possible, we shall set the course of our spiritual flight at an especially high level in these lectures. When we speak of what are called the spiritual hierarchies, the eyes of our soul should turn upward to those beings who exist above earthly humanity. With our physical eyes, which perceive what is visible, we can rise, as it were, only through beings representing 4 degrees of one hierarchy, the mineral, plant, animal, and human worlds. Beyond that, above humanity, begins a realm of invisible beings, which, if we have developed the ability to do so, we can investigate with supersensible cognition. Then we rise toward beings and powers in the invisible, supersensible world, who form a continuation of the 4 stages found on earth. You are all familiar with the fact that knowledge and investigation of these realms arose not only in our own historical period of human development, and that research into them is not limited to the present. In truth, there exists what we might call a primeval world wisdom, in which everything that we as human beings can fathom, know, and discern, all the concepts and ideas we can acquire, and all we can attain through clairvoyant imagination, inspiration, and intuition, has been prefigured in deed and in knowledge by the beings who stand above us. To use a trivial comparison, we might invoke the metaphor of the watchmaker, who first conceives the idea for a watch and then sets out to make it. The watchmaker constructs the watch according to ideas that have been envisioned prior to its construction. Later we can take the watch apart, analyze it, study it, and thus reconstruct the watchmaker's thoughts from which the watch arose. In this way we can think through again the watchmaker's thoughts. In fact, in our present stage of evolution, this relationship, that of thinking through again, is the only one we can have as human beings to the primeval universal wisdom, that is, to the spiritual beings who stand above us. Spiritual beings originally had the imaginations, inspirations, and intuitions, the ideas and thoughts according to which the world surrounding us was created. Human beings can recover these thoughts and ideas in the world, and if they rise to clairvoyant perception, they can also discover the imaginations, inspirations, and intuitions through which one can gain access once more to the realm of spiritual beings. We may therefore say that even before our world came into existence, the wisdom of which we are going to speak already existed. The wisdom is the plan of the world. How far then must we go back and still remain within the limits of reality, if we want to find this primeval universal wisdom? Must we go back to some historical period when this or that great teacher was teaching? Indeed, we could learn much if we could go back here or there within historical epochs and become students of the great teachers. But to gain access to the highest manifestations of primeval wisdom, we must go back to a time when there was not yet any outwardly visible earth, when there was no world perceptible to the senses. For the world originated out of wisdom itself, and this wisdom, according to which the divine spiritual beings formed our world, was later bestowed upon humankind. Human beings, in their thinking, could then perceive the thoughts according to which the gods shaped the world. And after this primeval wisdom, this wisdom of cosmic creation, had evolved through several forms, it came, as you know, following the great Atlantean epochs, to the ancient holy Rishis of our first post-Atlantean culture, to the great teachers of India. The form in which the primeval wisdom appeared through the holy Rishis is hardly conceivable to human beings today. For human capacities of thinking and perception have changed considerably since the great teachers of India first taught post-Atlantean humanity. If we were to repeat today what the holy Rishis said, most souls anywhere on earth would merely hear so many words. To understand the wisdom that was imparted to post-Atlantean humanity, quite other powers of comprehension are necessary than those we have in our time. All that has been recorded of this wisdom, all that is to be found in the best books regarding this original cosmic wisdom, represents only a faint echo of it. In many respects, it is obscured and darkened wisdom. No matter how sublime the Vedas appear to us today, or how beautiful the songs or gathas of Zarathustra sound to us, or how gloriously the ancient wisdom of Egypt speaks to us, indeed we can never sufficiently express our admiration for such documents, they provide only a dull reflection of the original wisdom of Hermes, the great teaching of Zarathustra, or the sublime knowledge proclaimed by the ancient Rishis. Yet this sublime wisdom was preserved, and could always be found in certain small circles guarding the mysteries, which is the term by which this knowledge is known. This primeval wisdom of humanity was preserved in the mysteries of India, Persia, Chaldea, and Egypt, as well as in the Christian mysteries, as these have existed up to our own time. Indeed, until recently, one could reach an understanding of living wisdom, not just of wisdom as it is found in books, only in these narrow circles. In the course of these lectures, however, it will become clear that what was kept alive in small circles must today penetrate into the masses of humanity to a greater extent than before. The stream of the ancient wisdom, that of the Rishis, for example, never dried up. It continued to flow, as if through a renewing fountain, up to the time that we recognize as the beginning of our own era. This primeval divine wisdom, which streamed over humanity in ancient times, was transmitted by Zarathustra and his pupils, the Chaldean and Egyptian teachers. It streamed into the Mosaic revelation and came forth again with a new impulse, as if renewed in a rejuvenating fountain, in the earthly appearance of Christ. But following Christ's appearance, that is, since the time of the outward proclamation of Christianity, indeed as a result of it, the stream of primeval wisdom became so deep, so inward in character, that it could flow into humanity again only gradually. In other words, we can see that since the time of the outward promulgation of Christianity in the world, the primeval wisdom flowed slowly and gradually into humankind in a most elementary beginning. Its message may be found in the Gospels and in other Christian writings that contain the wisdom of the holy Rishis in a form that has been renewed in a rejuvenating fountain. But how was this message understood at the beginning of the Christian epoch, the time period created for its purification, its reformation. The least part of it was understood through proclamation of the Gospels, and only gradually did the Gospels work through to a broader understanding. Indeed, in many ways, the Gospels worked more toward a darkening of understanding. Today, for most people, the Gospels are the most completely sealed of books. In the future, however, those who allow themselves to be renewed by the ancient cosmic wisdom will understand them. Because of this, the treasures lying in the shafts of Christian revelation, which are none other than the treasures of Eastern wisdom, except that they were born from restored powers, were preserved in narrow circles, and subsequently prolonged in various mystery societies, such as the Brotherhood of the Holy Grail and the Brotherhood of the Rosicrucians. These treasures of truth have been closely guarded. They were accessible only to those who, having passed through stringent trials, had prepared themselves to receive this living wisdom. Thus, for centuries, following the beginning of our era, the treasures of Eastern and Western wisdom were almost inaccessible to most human beings. Some small amount of this wisdom trickled here and there into the outer world, but for the most part it remained a secret of the new mysteries. Thus the time has now come when the contents of the primeval cosmic wisdom may be brought in an appropriate form to many more people. Since the last third of the 19th century, one may speak of the primeval wisdom in a more or less unveiled form. Because of certain events in the spiritual world, the guardians of the mysteries have been permitted to allow some of the ancient wisdom to flow out into the world at large. You are all familiar with the evolution of the Theosophical Society, and must realize that the impetus for its development accompanied the proclamation of certain truths, in a form I need not describe here, known as the title Stanzas of Dzyan, which are included in title The Secret Doctrine. These stanzas do, in fact, contain some of the deepest and most significant fragments of wisdom. Much of this wisdom originated in the teachings of the holy rishis that flowed into the sacred lore of the East. There is also much in them that streamed into Western Europe after the rejuvenating impulse of Christianity had occurred. The stanzas of Dzyan contain not only wisdom preserved in the East, but also much that shines like a bright light through the centuries of our era into the Middle Ages and the mystery schools of the West. Much of what is to be found in the stanzas will only gradually be understood in all its depths. It must be made clear that they contain a wisdom that cannot yet be understood in the widest theosophical circles, nor fathomed with the exoteric capacities of the present day. It is a hopeless task, indeed, to attempt to interpret this important realm exoterically. After the ice had been broken by the development of theosophy, one could speak more freely out of the wellsprings of Western occultism, itself a continuation of Eastern occultism that had been transplanted to meet the different spiritual and physical conditions of life in the West. Today, however, the time has come to speak out of the sources of the living occultism faithfully guarded in the Rosicrucian mysteries. There is no wisdom of the East that has not streamed into Western occultism. In the teachings and investigations of the Rosicrucians, indeed, you will find everything that has been preserved by the great sages of the East. Nothing, absolutely nothing, known through Eastern wisdom is missing in the wisdom of the West. There is only this difference. The wisdom of the West had to illuminate this whole body of Eastern teaching with the light kindled in humanity by the Christ impulse, but without losing any of it. It should not be said that a single iota of Eastern occultism is missing from Western occultism, which is derived from the hidden rishis of the West who are invisible to human eyes. Nothing is missing. It is simply that everything had to be renewed out of the rejuvenating fountain of the Christ impulse. The great wisdom of the supersensible worlds as it was first uttered by the holy Rishis, must resound again in what is now proclaimed about the spiritual hierarchies and their reflection into the physical world. Just as Euclid's geometry has not become other than it once was, though one teaches and learns it today with new human capacities, so the wisdom of the holy Rishis has not become something other than it once was, even though we teach and learn it with capacities kindled by the Christ impulse. Much of what we have to say about the spiritual worlds may thus be called Eastern wisdom. There should be no misunderstandings in these matters. Unfortunately, however, misunderstandings occur all too easily. Those who do not want to raise themselves from misinterpretation to genuine understanding may easily misunderstand what was said yesterday in the Easter lecture. Footnote, see Lecture 8, Cologne, April 11, 1909, The Event of Golgotha, the Brotherhood of the Holy Grail, the Spiritual Fire. This is in the Principle of Spiritual Economy. End of footnote. I mention this so that we can penetrate to a fuller understanding. Those, however, who do not wish to do so might say the following. Yesterday you spoke of the great so-called divine truths of the Buddha. You say that the Buddha taught and revealed the divine truths about suffering in one's life, that birth is suffering, illness is suffering, old age is suffering, death is suffering, that to be separated from loved ones and what one loves is suffering, that to be united with what one does not love is suffering, that to be denied what one desires is suffering. But you also said that if we were to consider post-Christian times and those who truly understood the Christ impulse, then we would become aware that through the understanding and penetration of this Christ impulse, the ancient holy truths of Buddha concerning suffering in human life would no longer be entirely valid. For with the Christ impulse comes healing for suffering in life. You have said, Buddha teaches that birth is suffering. But one who understands Christ answers, through birth we enter a life which we share with Christ, and through Christ's participation the suffering of life is extinguished. Even so, the healing power of the Christ impulse eradicates illness. For one who truly understands the Christ, illness, death, and so forth are no longer suffering. Further objections to what you have said might also be made, but I can show you that the same words may be found in the holy writings of the Buddha and in the Gospels. There, too, it is said that life, illness, and so on are suffering. Therefore, it might be assumed superficially that although we possess these modern religious documents, their contents were already present in Buddhism. And from this one might conclude that there is no progress or development in the various religions, since they all embody the same truths. But you have spoken of progress, and have told us that the ancient holy truths of Buddhism are no longer true because of Christianity. End of quote. For someone to come to this conclusion from what I said would be a most grievous misconception, because this is not even implied. Certainly, all of the above was said, with the exception of the last sentence. In matters as subtle as these, it is important to develop a precise understanding. But this can be understood only by one who has developed a capacity for objectivity, certainly not by a fanatic. One who speaks from the source of Rosicrucian wisdom and research will never attack the contents of the writings of the great Buddha, nor claim that anything in them is untrue. Such a person, speaking from the Rosicrucian source, supports Buddha's insights and the whole of Eastern wisdom, and denies none of it. What the Buddha beheld of the great truths of the suffering in life, through illumination in his inner being, is correct in every detail. Nothing, absolutely nothing, may be taken away from these truths. And precisely because everything that the Buddha said, that birth, illness, old age, death, and so on are suffering, is true, the Christ impulse is for us such a powerful and important means of healing. For Christ puts an end to this suffering. This is true because even though the sufferings in life exist, an even greater impulse above the world can lift them up out of the world. The Christ could be effective precisely because the Buddha proclaimed the truth. Humanity had to be led down from spiritual heights, where primeval world wisdom was active in its purest form. Humankind had to be guided to independence on the physical plane. As a result, life and illness became suffering. But a powerful remedy for these irrefutable facts had to appear in the course of evolution. Does a person deny the reality of the situation by claiming that though the facts are true, at the same time a remedy has been given gradually to heal the situation produced by the facts? There is no question of Buddhism opposing Christianity or vice versa in the lofty heights of the spheres of the spiritual hierarchies. There the Buddha stretches out his hand to Christ, and Christ reaches out to the Buddha. But if we fail to recognize an ascending development in human evolution, we also fail to recognize the most spiritual deed that has occurred in earthly evolution, namely the deed of Christ. Thus the wisdom of the East that brought us the wisdom of the holy Rishis, along with the primeval cosmic wisdom, is not to be denied. But over long periods of time, during which this wisdom streamed into humankind, it became increasingly difficult for the masses of people who had no access to the sources of the mysteries to understand this wisdom. Precisely the understanding itself became difficult. In ancient Atlantean times, before the great catastrophe, the mass of humanity was still endowed with ancient, albeit dulled, powers of clairvoyance. When human beings turned their gaze to the heavenly expanses, to the spiritual hierarchies, they saw differently from humanity in later post-Atlantean times. For by then, the old clairvoyance had disappeared for the great mass of humanity, who now gazed into the physical expanses of the heavens with only physical eyes. Before the Atlantean catastrophe, there was no point in speaking as we do today of heavenly bodies spread out in space. The clairvoyant human eye, EYE, which gazed into the expanses of space at that time, saw spiritual worlds. It would have been meaningless then to speak of Mercury, Neptune, Saturn, and so on, as astronomy speaks of them today. When astronomy today speaks of the cosmos and its contents, it can report only what the sense-perceiving physical eye sees when it looks into the heavens. This was by no means the case for ancient clairvoyant humanity in Atlantean times. Human beings did not see physical, finite, shining stars then. What we see today with the physical eye is merely an outward expression of the spiritual reality that human beings beheld in former times. Today, when we look with our physical eye through a telescope to where Jupiter stands in the heavens, it sees, so to speak, a physical globe surrounded by moons. But what did the ancient Atlanteans see when they looked clairvoyantly at the same spot? During Atlantean times, the physical eye saw much as we do today when we try to see something through a thick autumn mist. The light is surrounded by a kind of misty aura, and disappears in the colored rings that form around it. The eye of an Atlantean would not have seen the physical star of Jupiter. It would have seen something that is still today united with Jupiter, but which humanity can no longer see, namely the aura of Jupiter, that is, the spiritual beings whose outward expression is the physical planet. Before the Atlantean catastrophe, the human spiritual eye, EYE, swept the expanses of the universe and beheld spiritual beings everywhere. At that time, one could speak only in terms of a spiritual content. It would have been meaningless to talk about physical stars at an evolutionary stage when the physical eye was not yet open, as it is today. Gazing into the vast wide spaces of the universe, Human beings then actually beheld spiritual beings, spiritual hierarchies. They saw beings. The following comparison may help us to understand the course of evolution. Let us imagine ourselves in a thick fog, where we cannot see each separate light, because everything is shrouded in a misty aura. Then the fog lifts suddenly, and the individual lights become plainly visible. But, as a result, the auras are no longer seen. In earlier epochs, the human eye beheld the aura of Jupiter. It saw in it the spiritual beings belonging to Jupiter at that particular stage of the planet's evolution. But as humanity developed, the capacity of physical sight also developed. The aura remained, of course, even though human beings could no longer see it. At the same time, the physical center gradually became more clearly visible. Thus the spiritual counterpart was lost as the physical aspect became manifest. But the knowledge of the spiritual beings who surround the stars was preserved in the mysteries and spoken of by the holy Rishis. When humanity was capable only of physical sight, the holy Rishis still spoke of the spiritual atmosphere, of the spiritual populations in the cosmic bodies that are distributed through space. Consider the situation that then arose. Within the sanctuaries of knowledge, one could speak of the spiritual beings surrounding the cosmic bodies. Outside them, however, as sense perceptions became increasingly sharper, people came to speak more and more in terms of physical matter. Yet when the holy Rishis spoke the word Mercury, of course they never actually used this word, but let us use it to make ourselves clear, did they mean the physical orb in the cosmos? No, not even the ancient Greeks, when speaking of Mercury, referred to the physical planet. When the Greeks spoke of Mercury in their sanctuaries of knowledge, they spoke of spiritual worlds, spiritual beings. When the disciples of the teachers in the sanctuaries of knowledge spoke the words Moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn in their various languages, these words represented a gradation of spiritual beings. Anyone who refers to a physical planet with such a word today omits the most important aspect and characterizes only the coarsest aspect of what originally was encompassed in the terms Moon, Mercury, Venus, and so on. Spiritual teachers in ancient times sought to evoke the idea of a powerful spiritual realm. When they pointed to the place in the heavens where the moon was, they were aware that the lowest rank of the spiritual hierarchies dwelt there. But when human beings, who had been cut off from spiritual vision by their increasingly sensory perceptions, looked up, they saw only the physical moon, which they then called the moon, one word for two things that, although connected, called forth quite different representations in human minds. When teachers in the stream of spiritual wisdom referred to Mercury, Sun, and Mars, they meant something quite different from these words than teachers do in the materialistic sense. In the materialistic stream. The two streams, the spiritual and the materialistic, drifted further and further apart. In the mysteries, the words that later came to denote the external heavenly bodies had always referred to supersensible worlds, to a sequence of spiritual realms. The outer world always understands the words to mean the material aspect, and this is true even of the contemporary mythology I use the word deliberately, we call astronomy. Spiritual science recognizes the full value of all mythologies. Thus it also appreciates the worth of the mythology called modern astronomy, which sees only space filled with physical cosmic bodies. This modern mythology is, for one who truly knows, merely a particular phase of all mythologies. A single thread runs through these mythologies, from the ancient European sagas of the gods to the myths of the Greeks and Romans, the obscure myths of the Middle Ages, and the fully justified and admirable ones founded by Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo. A time will come when people will say of modern mythology, "In the past, there were human beings who thought it correct to place the material sun in the center of an ellipse and to rotate the planets in ellipses around it. They constructed a cosmic universal system, even as earlier people had done before them. But today we know that it is all mere saga and legend." Indeed, a time will come when no matter how much the old mythologies are now despised by the modern world, it will be considered absurd to speak of a Copernican mythology. To realize this will help us to understand how words have been interpreted so differently over the course of time. Nevertheless, the primeval cosmic wisdom flowed on exoterically, because it was increasingly interpreted in a materialistic way. It was understood less and less. True spiritual insight ebbed away. Yet when ancient wisdom was restored at the beginning of our era, human beings were again directed to the starry realms, so that humanity might not completely lose its connection with primeval spiritual wisdom. They were told in clear, direct words that when they looked up to the heavens with their physical eyes, they would find there not only a material universe, but also realms filled with spirit. The most intimate pupil of St. Paul, Dionysius the Areopagite, clearly proclaimed in Athens that out in space there was not only matter, but that when the soul arose with inner awareness into the expanses of the universe, it would find spiritual beings who are above humanity in evolutionary development. Dionysius coined different terms from those used previously, for otherwise people would have thought that he referred only to material entities. When the Rishis spoke of spiritual hierarchies, their words expressed what Greek and Roman wisdom expressed in their ascending universe of Moon, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn. Dionysius, the pupil of St. Paul, had in mind the same worlds the Rishis spoke of. Dionysius clearly wished to emphasize that he was referring to spiritual matters, so he deliberately chose words he knew would be taken spiritually. That is, he spoke of angels, archangels, archai, powers, mights, dominions, thrones, cherubim, and seraphim. But people had completely forgotten what they once knew. If the connection between the terminology of Dionysius the Areopagite and the Rishis had been understood, one would have known that the moon the Rishis referred to and the angelic realm in other mysteries are one and the same thing. One might have heard the word Mercury on the one hand and the word archangel on the other, and would have known that they are one and the same. Archai and Venus refer to the same realm, as do sun and powers. On hearing the word Mars, one would have had the feeling of rising to the mights. The word dominions in the school of Dionysius corresponds to Jupiter, and the term Saturn to the thrones. In wider circles, this knowledge has disappeared and was no longer known. As science became more and more materialistic, the old names, which had once denoted spiritual realities, remained, but now increasingly they applied only to matter. In contrast to this materialistic stream, there did exist a spiritual stream that referred to archangels, angels, and so on. But this stream had lost the connection with the physical expression of these spiritual beings. Thus we see how primeval cosmic wisdom penetrated into the school founded by St. Paul through Dionysius, and how it is a question now of permeating newfound knowledge with the spiritual impulse of the past. Indeed, it is the task of spiritual science or anthroposophy to renew the bond between the physical and the spiritual, between the world of the earth and the spiritual hierarchies. For the spiritual aspect of knowledge must always remain incomprehensible to those who do not know the true origin of ideas about the outer material world. This becomes particularly noticeable in writings that, although they contain only a faint echo of primeval cosmic wisdom, can be understood only by means of this wisdom. To exemplify the difficulties involved, take a passage from the celestial song, the Bhagavad Gita, which sheds considerable light on humanity's relation to the hierarchies. Chapter 8, beginning with verse 23, quote, "I will explain to you, seeker of truth," that is the usual translation, "under what circumstances the exalted spirits of gods depart through the gate of death in order to be reborn or not. I say to you, behold the fire, the day and the time of the waxing moon, and the months of the increasing light of the sun. Those who die at that time pass through the gate of death into Brahma. But those who die under the sign of smoke in the night, at the time of the waning moon, during the portion of the year when the sun rests low in the sky, they pass through the gate of death in the lunar light and return again to this world." Unquote. Dear friends, there is a passage from the Bhagavad Gita telling us that our progress, our successive incarnations, depends on whether we die in the sign of light by day, by waxing moon during the 6 months that the sun is high in the heavens, or whether we die in the sign of the smoke by night, when the moon is waning and the sun is low. That is the literal meaning of the passage. It says that those who pass through the gate of death in the sign of fire by day, by waxing moon, or when the sun is high in the heavens, need no longer return. But of the others, those who die in the sign of smoke by night, by waning moon, or during the 6 months when the sun is low, it says that they cannot rise to the level of Brahma, but only to the height of the moon, and must therefore return again. This passage in the celestial song of the East presents untold difficulties to those who seek an exoteric interpretation. It can only be explained when light is shed upon it from spiritual knowledge. Indeed, the same light from which the passage was written continues to shine in the mystery schools. Rejuvenated through Christianity, it is a light that illumines the bond between moon and angels, Mercury and archangels, Venus and Archai, and so on. Through the light provided by spiritual knowledge, we shall find the key to this passage we have chosen as an example. It will be the starting point for our lecture this evening. Once we have discovered this key, we shall be able Let me read that again. Once we have discovered this key, we shall be able to rise to an understanding of the spiritual hierarchies. The end of Lecture 1. This is a reading of the lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner, The Spiritual Hierarchies and the Physical World. Lecture 2 is entitled The Four Elements, Fire, and the Elemental Beings, the lowest realm of the hierarchies, given on April 12, 1909, in the evening. The knowledge that formed the basis of the teachings proclaimed by the holy rishis during the first post-Atlantean period was founded entirely upon the spiritual sources of existence. From the beginning of the post-Atlantean epoch, the most important aspect of this teaching or mode of investigation was that it penetrated deeply into natural processes and discovered the active spiritual principles underlying them. Fundamentally speaking, we are continually surrounded by spiritual happenings and beings. Physical phenomena are merely the expression of spiritual facts. Things that appear to us in material form are but the outward sheaths of spiritual beings. Thus, when the primeval divine teaching spoke of perceptible phenomena in our surroundings, particular emphasis was laid on what was, to human beings of that time, the most important natural phenomenon surrounding humanity on earth, that is, fire. Ancient spiritual science regarded the phenomenon of fire as the most important expression in nature. Spiritual research into fire comprised the central focus of all explanations of what occurred on earth. To understand these teachings concerning fire, so important in ancient times for all knowledge and life, we must first consider how other natural phenomena were regarded in the past by a teaching still valid in spiritual science today. In those ancient times, all that surrounded human beings in the physical world was referred back to the four elements. Modern materialistic science no longer acknowledges the four elements of earth, water, air, and fire. But the spiritual science of that time did not understand these as we do today. When using the word earth, they did not mean what we mean by that word today. Earth denoted a condition of matter, the solid state. Everything we refer to as solid was called earth in ancient spiritual science. It did not matter whether it was a solid lump of arable soil, a crystal, a piece of lead, or a piece of gold. Everything of a solid nature was termed earth. Everything fluid, not only water as we know it, was referred to as watery or water. Iron, for example, when melted by fire so that it became fluid, would be termed water by spiritual science. All metals in the fluid state were called water, while what we call gaseous was termed air, regardless of the particular gas to which it was applied, whether oxygen, hydrogen, or some other gas. Fire was considered the fourth element. Those of you familiar with elementary physics will recall that modern science does not regard fire as comparable with earth, water, or air. According to modern physics, fire is regarded merely as a condition of movement. For spiritual science, however, warmth, or fire, has an even finer substantiality than air. Just as earth or solidity can be transformed into the liquid state, so, according to spiritual science, all airy or gaseous forms gradually change into the condition of fire. Fire is so rarefied that it permeates all other elements. It permeates air, thereby warming it, and the same applies to water and earth. Whereas the three other elements are separate, the fire element possesses an all-pervading quality. Now, both ancient and modern spiritual science agree that there is a still more important difference between what we term earth, water, and air, and what we call fire or warmth. How do we get to know the earth element or solidity? We might try touching it and experiencing its resistance. The same applies to water, though it offers less resistance. Nevertheless, we are aware of water as something external to ourselves, as a resistance. The same is true of air. We get to know it in relation to ourselves only externally, but this is not the case with warmth. Here we must emphasize an aspect that is regarded as unimportant by the modern way of looking at things, but we shall have to consider it if we wish to fathom the riddles of existence. The fact is, we become aware of warmth without touching it externally. This is the important point. Of course, we can become aware of warmth by touching an object that has been heated, in which case we become aware of it in the same way as we do the other elements. But we also feel the warmth within our own organism. That is why ancient knowledge, even in ancient India, stressed that we become aware of earth, water, and air only in the outer world, while warmth is the first element that can be apprehended both inwardly and outwardly. Warmth or fire, therefore, has a twofold nature, an external aspect, which we get to know outwardly, and an inner aspect, which we feel in our own condition of warmth. It has an inner and an outer manifestation. Actually, we feel our own inner warmth. We are hot or cold, but we are little inclined to concern ourselves with what is gaseous, watery, or solid in our organism. That is, with what is air, water, and earth in us. We begin to be aware of ourselves only in the element of warmth. Therefore, both ancient and modern spiritual science proclaim fire or warmth to be the first stage at which matter becomes soul. In other words, we can rightfully speak of an outer fire, which we perceive as we do other elements, and of an inner soul fire within us. For spiritual science, fire has always built a bridge between the outer material world and the inner soul world that can be perceived only inwardly. It was central to all observation of nature. The gateway through which we can penetrate from the outer to the inner, fire or warmth, is truly like a door. Standing before it, we can observe it from the outside, we can open it, we can behold it from within. This is how fire is to be understood in the context of natural phenomena. Outwardly, we touch a physical object and encounter fire in the same way as the other three elements stream toward us, but we perceive and experience warmth as something that also belongs to us. With fire, we stand in the doorway and enter into the soul element. This is what spiritual science proclaims about fire. In fire, we see something that plays between the elements of soul and matter. Let us consider an elementary lesson from the first human wisdom. In ancient times, a teacher of this wisdom would ask that one observe an object being consumed by fire. Then the teacher would point out that two things could be seen. In those days, one was called smoke, which still applies today, and the other was called light. Both of these natural phenomena, on the one hand light and on the other hand smoke, occur when an object is consumed by fire. A spiritual scientist saw fire as placed between light and smoke, and the teacher would say that out of the flames were born both light and smoke. Here we should keep in mind a simple yet very important characteristic of light that is born of fire. Most people asked if they see light reply that they do, of course, see light. This is absolutely false, because in fact the physical eye, EYE, cannot perceive light. Because of light, we see objects, be they solid, fluid, or gaseous. But light itself we cannot see. Imagine all of universal space illumined by a light, the source of which is behind you, where you cannot see it. Then imagine you were to look into the world's spaces, illuminated through and through by that light. Would you see the light? You would see absolutely nothing. You would perceive something only when an object was placed within the illuminated space. We cannot see light, but only the solid, fluid, and gaseous elements that we see through the effects of the light. In truth, physical light absolutely is not seen with the physical eye. This is something that presents itself with great clarity to the spiritual eye, EYE. Spiritual science, therefore, says that light makes everything visible, but cannot itself be seen. This is an important statement. Light is imperceptible. It cannot be perceived by means of our outer senses. We can perceive what is solid, fluid, and gaseous, and we can also perceive warmth or fire outwardly. But at this point, an inner perception begins. Light as such can no longer be perceived externally. If you think that you see light when you look at the sun, you are quite mistaken. You see a burning body, a burning substance emanating light. If you were to test this out, you would find that you can experience what is gaseous, fluid, or solid, and that you do not see the light, but only the burning object. So, according to spiritual science, we rise upward from earth to water, from air to fire, and then to light. That is to say, we pass from the outwardly perceptible and visible to the invisible, the spiritual etheric realm. Putting it another way, we could say that fire is on the boundary between what is outwardly perceptible and material and what is etheric spiritual, and therefore no longer perceptible. Let us consider what happens to an object consumed by fire. That is what occurs when something burns. On the one hand, light is produced. At first, warmth is generated by an externally imperceptible aspect that is active in the spiritual realm and no longer merely material. This warmth, if it is sufficiently intense, becomes a source of light. A part of this light is then given over to the invisible world, but it must be paid for in the form of smoke. That is, out of the part that was first transparent and translucent, an opaque, smoky portion is separated off. Here we see how fire or warmth is divided into two components. It portions a part of itself into light, and thus opens a way into the supersensible. But as a result, it also has to send something down into the opaque, perceptible material world. Nothing arises in the world having only one aspect. Everything created has two forms. Therefore, on the one hand, warmth produces light, and on the other hand, it also creates opaque, dark matter. That is an ancient basic teaching of spiritual science. That is only the outer physical aspect of the process. At the foundation of the physical material process lies something essentially different. In the case of warmth that does not yet produce light, one perceives warmth as outwardly physical, but this warmth also contains a spiritual element. When the heat becomes so intense that light arises and smoke is produced, a part of the spiritual component that was in the heat goes over into smoke. The spiritual component of warmth that was in the fire and then transferred to the gaseous element, that is, into a form beneath that of warmth, is transformed in the clouded smoke. Spiritual beings connected with warmth have to allow themselves to be made opaque, so to speak, to be enchanted in the smoke. Thus everything of a clouding nature, of solidification connected with warmth, is associated with the enchantment of spiritual beings. We can put it even more simply. Let us imagine that air is made liquid, a process that can be achieved today. Now, air is mere solidified warmth, densified warmth, as a result of the smoke that has been formed. The spiritual part, which would ordinarily be in the fire, has been enchanted into smoke. Spiritual beings, which we may also call elemental beings, are enchanted in the air. And when air is transformed into the liquid state, they are even more deeply enchanted in a yet lower form of existence. That is why spiritual science sees in all physically perceptible things an element that has proceeded out of an original condition of fire or warmth. As the warmth densified into gas, it became air, smoky or gaseous. The gas became liquid, and the liquid densified into the solid state. Look backward, says the spiritual scientist. Look at any solid substance. Once it was fluid. It has only become solid in the course of development. What is liquid was once gaseous, and the gaseous state arose from the smoke that proceeded from the fire. But an enchantment of spiritual beings is connected with each stage of densification. Let us now look at the world that surrounds us. The solid stones, the streams, the evaporating water that rises as mist and fog, the air, everything solid, liquid, gaseous, and fiery, these are all, in fact, nothing but fire. Everything is fire, that is, densified fire. Gold, silver, and copper are densified fire. In the far distant past, everything was fire. Everything was born of fire. But in all forms of densification, spiritual beings lie enchanted. How are the spiritual divine beings that surround us able to produce solid matter as it exists on our planet? How do they produce liquid and airy substances? They send down elemental beings that dwell in fire and imprison them in the air, water, and earth. They are emissaries, elemental messengers of the spiritual, creative, formative beings. At first, elemental beings live in the fire, and to put it pictorially, they feel comfortable there. Then they are condemned to an existence of enchantment. We can say, as we look around us, the beings we have to thank for everything surrounding us had to descend from the fire element and are enchanted within the things of this world. But can human beings help these elemental beings in one way or another? That is the great question asked by the holy Rishis. Can we release them? Yes, we can. For human actions on earth are nothing but the external expression of spiritual processes. Everything we do here is also important for the spiritual world. Consider the following. Someone stands before a crystal, a lump of gold, or the like. He or she looks at it. What happens if this person simply stares, simply looks at some object by means of the physical senses? A continual interplay arises between that person and the enchanted elemental being. What are enchanted both in matter and the human being are in some way related to one another. Let us assume, however, that our person merely stares at the object, so that he or she takes in only what is impressed upon the eye, EYE. The fact is, something is continually passing into human beings from these elemental beings, and this goes on from morning to night. As we look out into the world, hosts of elementals who were or are continually being enchanted in the processes of densification continually enter into us from our surroundings. Let us assume that as we stare at objects, we have not the slightest inclination to reflect about what we see or to let the spirit of things live in our souls. We take the easy road. We go through the world, but do not digest our experiences spiritually by means of thoughts and feelings. We remain mere spectators of the physical material world. In that case, the elemental beings enter into us and remain there. They have gained nothing in the world process and have merely transferred their seat from the outer world into us. But now let us suppose that we digest our impressions spiritually by thinking about them and by forming concepts about the underlying spiritual foundation of the world. That is, we do not merely stare at the object, but ponder its nature. We feel the beauty of things and ennoble our impressions. If we do this, what are we doing? As a result of our spiritual activity, we redeem the elemental being that streams toward us from the outer world, thus raising it to its previous state. We release the elemental being from its enchantment. Thus, through our spiritual activity, we can release beings who are enchanted in air, water, and earth, and lead them back to their former condition. Or we can imprison them again in our inner being, with no transformation having taken place in them. Throughout earthly life, elemental beings stream into human beings. To the extent that a person merely stares at the things that hold elemental beings, these beings simply enter the human being untransformed. To the extent that a person tries to work on things in the outer world through ideas, concepts, and feelings of beauty, that person redeems and frees these spiritual elemental beings. What happens to the elemental beings who have entered human beings? To begin with, they inhabit us. Even those who have been released dwell in us until we die. When we go through the gate of death, a distinction is made between those elemental beings who merely entered into us but have not been led back to the higher elements, and those who have been guided through our activity back to their earlier condition. Those who have not been transformed have gained nothing by wandering from the outer world into the human world, but the others who were transformed through human activity are able to return to their original sphere after the human being's death. During earthly life, human beings build a crossroad for elementals. After having passed through life in the spiritual world and returning through the gate of birth, into a subsequent incarnation, a person is accompanied into physical existence by all the elemental beings who were not released. Those who have been released no longer accompany the person, but return to their original element. Thus we see how human beings have the capacity, in the course of their development, and in the way they establish a relationship to external nature, to free the elemental beings necessary for the creation of our earth, or to bind them even more to the earth than they were previously. What happens when someone looks at a material object and fathoms its true nature, so that the elemental being is released? Spiritually, the course taken is the reverse of what occurred before. Whereas smoke originally arose from fire, the person now spiritually creates fire from smoke. At death, the fire is released. Now, in the light of this primeval divine spiritual science, we can understand the profound spiritual meaning of ancient rituals of sacrifice. Imagine a priest at the sacrificial altar in those ancient times when religion was based on true knowledge of spiritual laws. Imagine a priest kindling the flame, the smoke rising and actually becoming a sacrifice in that it is borne upward with prayers. What really happened in such sacrifices? The priest stood at the altar where the smoke was produced. There, where the solid emerged from the warmth, a spirit was enchanted. And because a human being accompanied the process with prayers, the spirit was taken into the person and was released again when the human being died and entered into the higher world. What did the disciples of the ancient wisdom say to those who were to understand such a ritual? They explained that if you look at the external world so that your spiritual activity does not remain attached to the smoke, but rises spiritually to the fire element, then after death you free the enchanted spirit that dwells in the smoke. Those who had gained an understanding of the process would reply, if the spirit that dwells in the smoke remains unchanged, it will have to accompany me in a next incarnation. After death it cannot return to the spiritual world. But if I have released it, if I have led it back to the fire, after my death it will rise into worlds of spirit and no longer need to return to earth at my birth. Here we have explained a part of the profound passage from the Bhagavad Gita spoken of in my last lecture. There is no mention of the human I, capital. The text refers rather to nature spirits, to elemental beings that enter into us from the outer world. Therefore it says, quote, behold the fire, behold the smoke. What we turn into fire through our spiritual activity are spirits that we liberate at our death. What we leave untransformed in the smoke remains connected with us after death and must be born when we are reborn. Unquote. Here the destiny of elemental spirits is described. Through wisdom, which we develop within ourselves, we continually liberate elemental beings when we die. But through lack of wisdom, through materialistic attachment to the world of the senses, we bind elemental spirits to us and force them into this world to be reborn with us over and over again. These elemental beings are not connected only with fire. They are emissaries of higher, divine spiritual beings, and are involved in everything occurring in the external perceptible world. The interplay of forces that bring about day and night, for example, could not have arisen unless hosts of elemental beings had been active in rotating the planets in the universe in the appropriate manner. Everything that happens is affected by hosts of lower and higher beings of the spiritual hierarchies. We have been speaking of the lowest order, of the messengers. Such elemental beings live in the processes that transform night into day and day into night. Again, we are closely connected with these beings of the elemental world, whose function it is to bring about day and night. When one is apathetic and lazy and lets oneself go, the human being affects those elemental beings quite differently than one does when one is creative, active, diligent, and productive. When a person is lazy, he or she becomes united with certain kinds of elemental beings, and this also happens when he or she is active, but in a most peculiar way. The elemental beings of the second class, whose lives unfold during the day and who, so to speak, tumble through the day, are in their higher element. But just as fire elementals of the first class are bound to air, water, and earth, so are certain elementals bound to darkness. Day could not be separated from night unless elementals were imprisoned in night. Human beings can enjoy daylight, thanks to divine spiritual beings who have driven forth elementals and have chained them to night. These elementals continually flow into a person who is lazy, but they are left as they are. Through one's idleness, one leaves unchanged those elemental beings who are chained to darkness at night. The elemental beings who enter into us when we are active and industrious are led back into the day. We thus continually release elementals of the second class. Throughout the whole of our lives, we carry elemental beings in us who have entered us during periods of idleness and during periods of industry. As we go through the gates of death, those beings whom we have led back to the day can enter the spiritual world. Beings whom we have left in the night as a result of our apathy remain chained to us and return with us at our next incarnation. What we allow to flow into us through the mere illusion of the senses by means of outward elemental beings, what we, through laziness and apathy, allow to flow into us from the night beings, all that will be reborn with us in our next incarnation. This brings us to the second point in the passage from the Bhagavad Gita. Again, it is not the human I, capital, that is referred to in the following words, but a type of elemental being. Quote, "Behold day and night. What you redeem, what you transform from a being of night into a being of day, enters into higher worlds when you die. What you take with you as a being of the night, you condemn to accompany you in a succeeding incarnation." End quote. The implications of all this must by now be clear. That is, the same holds true of more encompassing natural phenomena, such as the 28-day rhythm that brings about the waxing and waning moon. Hosts of elemental beings had to be active to bring the moon into movement, so that the moon rhythm and everything connected with it might arise visibly for us on earth. This again meant that certain of those elementals had to be enchanted, condemned, and imprisoned by higher beings. Supersensible cognition always notices that during the time of a waxing moon, spiritual beings of a lower realm rise into a higher. But then, for order to prevail, other spiritual elemental beings must then be enchanted into lower realms. These elementals of the third kind are also connected with humanity. Human beings who are bright and cheerful, who are satisfied with life and of a cheerful disposition because of their understanding of the world, are continually liberating beings who are chained because of the waning moon. These beings enter into such people, but are continually released because of their serene soul disposition, inner contentment, and harmonious view of life. Beings who enter into us when we are sullen, peevish, completely discontented, depressed, and pessimistic, remain in the condition of enchantment in which they were at the time of the waning moon. There are human beings who, through the fact that they have achieved a harmonious feeling about the world and a cheerful disposition, work in a wonderfully liberating way on large numbers of elementals who come into being in the way described. The human being, through an harmonious perception of the world, through inner contentment with the world, frees spiritual elemental beings. Through moroseness, ill humor, and discontentment, a person imprisons elemental beings who could be freed through serenity. Thus we see that one's mood is not only of significance for oneself, but a cheerful or a morose attitude can bring about forces of liberation or of imprisonment that stream out from one's being. The effects of a person's moods stream out in all directions into the spiritual world. Here we have the third point in the important teaching of the Bhagavad Gita. Behold the one who through mood of soul releases, during the time of the waxing moon, spirits which, when the person passes through the gateway of death, then return to higher worlds. If through ill humor and hypochondria a person leaves the spirits that had to be called into oneself for the order of the moon to be fulfilled, then these spirits remain bound to that person, and must be born with him or her when the person enters a new existence. Thus we have a third kind of elemental spirits, which either are freed at the time of a person's death and return to their homeland, or which must enter this world again with the human being. There is finally a fourth kind of elemental being. These activate the course of the sun during the year and participate in bringing about the wakening, fruitful activity of the sun during the summer, so that the ripening that occurs from spring to autumn may happen. As a result, during the winter period, certain spirits must be chained, enchanted. Here too the human being works as we have described for the other degrees of spiritual beings of the elemental realm. Consider a person who says at the approach of winter, "The nights are growing longer, the days shorter. We are approaching a time of year when the sun withdraws its ripening forces from the earth. Outwardly the sun is dying, but as this process takes place, I feel all the more the need to awaken spiritually. I must now ever more and more receive the Spirit into myself." Consider a person who with the approach of Christmas carries an ever greater feeling of devotion in his or her heart, one who understands the true meaning of this festival, namely that when the outer perceptible world is most fully in death's grasp, the spirit must be all the more alive. Let us assume such a person lives through the winter season, and at Easter realizes that the time of sleep for the spirit is connected with the enlivening processes in nature. He or she then experiences the Easter festival with understanding. Such a person does not merely possess an external religiosity, but a religious understanding of the processes in nature and of the spirit that dwells in nature. By means of this kind of devotion, such a person is able to liberate elementals of the fourth class that continually stream in and out of the human being and are connected with the course of the sun. A person not endowed with this kind of devotion, one who denies or does not perceive the spirit and is caught up by our materialistic chaos, is entered by elementals of the fourth class, who stream into the person, remaining as they are. At one's death, these elementals are either released or chained, so that they must reappear in the world at one's rebirth. Those who connect themselves to the winter spirits without transforming them into summer spirits, that is, without redeeming them through their spiritual activity, condemn them to be reborn with them. If the opposite is the case, the winter spirits will not have to return with them. Quote, "Behold the fire and the smoke." If you so connect yourself with the outer world that your soul's spiritual activity is akin to the process that brings about fire and smoke, if you spiritualize the things around you through your knowledge and your feeling, then you assist spiritual elemental beings to ascend again. If you connect yourself with the smoke, you condemn them to rebirth. If you connect yourself with the day, you liberate the corresponding spirits of the day. Behold the light, behold the day, the waxing moon, the summer season of the year. If you are active in such a way that elementals are led back to the light, the day, the waxing moon, and the summer season of the year, you free those elemental beings whom you need so much. At your death they rise into the spiritual world. If you connect yourself with the smoke, staring at solid matter, or if you connect yourself to the night through apathy, to the spirits of the waning moon because of your ill humor, and to the spirits who are chained in the winter through godlessness or lack of spirituality, then you condemn elemental beings to reincarnate with you. End quote. Now we begin to understand what is really meant by this passage of the Bhagavad Gita. Whoever thinks it refers to human beings does not understand it. But whoever knows that all human life is a continual interplay between human beings and the spiritual beings that live around them, that these four groups of elemental beings are enchanted and need to be liberated, recognizes their ascension or their need to reincarnate. The mystery regarding the lowest rung of hierarchical beings has been preserved for us in this passage of the Bhagavad Gita. When one has to draw forth from primeval wisdom what is proclaimed in ancient religious documents, one begins to realize their true greatness and how wrong it is to take them superficially and thereby avoid plumbing their depths. One gains a right relation to them only when one says that no wisdom is too exalted to fathom what is contained there. Then the ancient records become permeated by the magic of devoted feelings. Only then do they become what they truly are, ennobling and purifying means for human development. Still they point to fathomless abysses of human wisdom. Only when that which springs from the occult schools and mysteries begins to stream from human beings outward to humanity at large, only then will the reflections of primeval wisdom, and they are but reflections, be seen in their true greatness and appear in their true light. By means of a comparatively difficult example, we have tonight tried to show primeval wisdom's understanding of the interplay that exists between human beings and the beings that surround and stream in and out of them. We have also tried to show something of what primeval wisdom knew of the interplay that arises between the spiritual world and the inner world as a result of human deeds. The riddle of humanity becomes important for us when we begin to realize that we influence the whole cosmos in all we do, even down to our moods, that our little world is of infinitely far-reaching importance for all that comes into being in the macrocosmos. A heightened feeling of responsibility is the finest and most important fruit that can be gained from spiritual science. It teaches us to grasp life in the truest sense, and to take it so earnestly that this life which we cast upon the stream of evolution may be meaningful. The end of Lecture 2. This is a reading of a lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Spiritual Hierarchies and the Physical World. Lecture 3. Planetary Evolution, Saturn and Sun Stages of Evolution and the Spirits of Personality. Given on April 13th, 1909, in the morning. At the end of the previous lecture, about the lowest realm of the spiritual hierarchies, questions arose in your minds. This is quite natural. According to contemporary thinking, much of what was said must seem at first problematic and incomprehensible. Light will be shed on several points during the following lectures. To give you general guidelines to this way of thinking, however, one thing should be made clear at this point. A person today might ask, if I do in fact release an enchanted being from a stone through my thinking, what remains in the stone? Does the being remain in the stone? What has happened to the stone? Suppose a second person comes along and goes through the same process. What results? Such questions can easily arise. Some will be dealt with in the course of these lectures, but it should be borne in mind that earthly thinking cannot grasp such matters. Everything on earth is veiled and cloaked in Maya, and reality is other than it appears to our thinking. We need not blame the things themselves that such questions remain unanswered. The questions are wrongly put. In time we shall acquire a vantage point from which to put the questions correctly. That is, as we gain insight into situations not as deeply shrouded in illusion, matters will be seen to be radically different. On earth, things are jumbled together, and as a result our thinking is continually led astray. Purer concepts can be gained by looking back into ancient times. Just as a human being passes from one incarnation to another, from one metamorphosis to another, so all the beings of the universe, small or great, go through re-embodiments. The earth, a planetary being, also passes through incarnations. In the beginning of its existence, our earth did not appear in its present form. Other states preceded it. This subject has often been dealt with in our circles. Just as a human being in his or her present existence is a reincarnation of a previous life, so the earth too represents a re-embodiment of an ancient planet. We call that former planetary incarnation moon, but we do not mean our present moon, which is only a part, a residue of the ancient moon. By moon we mean a former state of the earth that existed in the past, and then, just as a human being passes through a spiritual state after death, went through the spiritual state called pralaya. Just as a human being reincarnates, so this lunar planet reincarnated as Earth. Further, what we have characterized as this lunar planetary state is in fact the reincarnation of a still earlier state, which we call sun. This sun is not the present sun, but quite a different planetary state. It is the first reincarnation of the primeval planet we call Saturn. This is what we look back to when speaking of the incarnations of our Earth. Thus we have 4 successive planetary incarnations: Saturn, Sun, Moon, and Earth. Each planetary state has a special task. What is the task of the Earth? To make human existence possible. All effecting circumstances on Earth are such that through them human beings can become I beings, capital. This was not the situation during previous planetary states. Humanity only became human in the present sense of the word on Earth. Earlier planetary states of the Earth had similar objectives. Beings who are now above humanity reached their human state on earlier planets. From my book titled Christianity as Mystical Fact, you may recall that an Egyptian sage once pointed out to Solon, the Greek, a remarkable intimation of an important truth that was known in the mysteries. The sage told Solon that the gods had once been human beings. In ancient times, a pupil of the mysteries had to accept the truth that the gods who dwell in exalted regions had not always been gods, but had once been human beings, had risen from the human state to their present exalted heights. Of course, some students of the mysteries immediately inferred the perilous truth that at some time in the future human beings would also become gods. This truth was viewed as dangerous because it absolutely required that one add to the former truth the fact that human beings can become a god only when they are ripe for that condition. If human beings imagine that they can find the God within at any moment before they have reached the necessary stage of maturity, they do not become gods, but merely fools. 2 paths are therefore open to humanity. Either a person can live patiently in anticipation of what Dionysius the Areopagite called deification, theosis, or one can imagine oneself prematurely already a god. The first path leads to a true deification, the second to folly and madness. In our time, misunderstandings of the sayings of the ancients abound, because we no longer differentiate between various degrees of divine spiritual beings. The Egyptian sage who spoke of the gods did not mean simply one degree of gods, but whole sequences of divine spiritual beings. Dionysius the Areopagite and the wise sages of the East always differentiated between various degrees of divine spiritual beings. It matters little whether we speak of angels or Dhyan Chohans. those who grasp the unity of cosmic wisdom are well aware that they are merely different names for the same beings. But one must differentiate within this realm. In Christian esotericism, the invisible beings immediately above humanity are called angels, angeloi, or messengers of the divine spiritual world. The beings one stage higher, that is, 2 ranks above humanity, are called archangels, archangeloi, or spirits of fire. Beings who, when they have accomplished their normal development, are at a still higher stage, are called spirits of personality, primeval beginnings, or archai. To begin with, then, we have 3 ranks of beings above humanity. All of these were once human and passed through a human stage. Beings who are angels today, when seen from the aspect of universal time, passed through their human stage relatively recently. They were human on the moon. Just as we, as human beings, can inhabit the earth because of the conditions here, so the angels could pass through their human stage on the moon. The archangels went through their human evolution on the sun. The spirits of personality, archai, or primeval beginnings, went through their human evolution on ancient Saturn. Such beings rose beyond humanity by degrees. Today they are higher beings at higher stages of the hierarchy than human beings. Thus, as we begin to enumerate the stages of the cosmic realms from a spiritual aspect, we can simply say that first we have the visible earthly kingdoms, the mineral, plant, animal, and human realms, and then above these the invisible realms of the angels, archangels, and archai. In the course of the spiritual ascent of these beings, as they develop from human beings to gods, or more exactly to messengers of the gods, as they ascend in spiritual existence, the conditions of the planets they lived on also change. If we look back to ancient Saturn, when the archai were at the human stage, we find that conditions were totally different from those of Earth. Yesterday we said that on our Earth we distinguish 4 elements: earth, water, air, and fire or warmth. The first 3 elements were not present on ancient Saturn. Only fire or warmth existed on Saturn. A modern materialistic philosopher would say that we can become aware of heat only through outer objects, warm solid bodies, warm water, and that heat cannot exist by itself. The materialistic philosopher believes that, but it is not true. If we could have observed ancient Saturn with our present senses, what would have been presented to us? Let us assume, hypothetically of course, that you could have flown through universal space at the time of old Saturn. You would not have seen where ancient Saturn was. There was nothing to see. You would only have been aware of heat. Flying through ancient Saturn would have felt rather like flying through a heated oven. There would not have been the slightest breeze. You would not have been able to swim because air and water did not exist. You would not have stood up because there was no earth. Your hand could not have touched anything. There was only a huge ball of heat. Ancient Saturn came into existence from the element of warmth or fire. Our Earth's metamorphosis began with a planet of heat, and this shows how correct Heraclitus was when he said, "Everything is derived from fire." Yes, truly the Earth is only a transmutation of ancient Saturn. Everything on Earth arose from fire. Heraclitus knew this truth from the ancient mysteries. This is indicated when it is said that his book, containing this truth, was dedicated to the goddess of Ephesus, and that he placed it on her altar there. In other words, Heraclitus acknowledged that he owed this truth to the mysteries of Ephesus, where the teaching of the primeval fire of Saturn was proclaimed in all its purity. You will have deduced also that the beings called primal beginnings, the archai, or spirits of personality, passed through their human stage under quite different conditions than we live under today. In bodily constitution, in their blood and bony system, human beings today can assimilate solids, liquids, and gases. The humanity of Saturn, the spirits of personality, had to build their whole bodies from warmth and fire. That is exactly what they did. On Saturn they had a body of fire consisting entirely of warmth. In my previous lecture, I told you that there are two sides to warmth. One we feel inwardly. We feel warm or cold without contacting solids in the outer world. We can also become aware of outer warmth when, for example, we take hold of a heated object. The distinctive aspect of Saturn's development lies in the fact that warmth, which at the beginning of the Saturn state was experienced only inwardly, gradually and then increasingly became outwardly perceptible. This continued until the end of the Saturn period. If you had traveled through Saturn during the early phase, you would not have been aware of any outer warmth touching your skin, but you would have felt inwardly warm. You would have sensed a comfortable feeling of inner warmth. Something of what we call today an inner warmth of soul would have been your experience as you traveled through Saturn during its early phase of evolution. You can imagine the experience you would have had on Saturn if you consider the following. You know there is a difference between looking at a red surface and looking at a blue surface. Red, when you look at it, produces a feeling of warmth, and blue a feeling of coldness. Imagine the feelings released in the soul by the impression of something red. At the beginning of the Saturn state, you would not have had these feelings. Instead, you would have felt somehow comfortably warm, as when today you look at something red. At the end of the Saturn period, you would have sensed not only this pleasant inner warmth, but also something resembling outer warmth coming toward you. Inner warmth would have transformed itself gradually into perception of outer warmth. The evolution of Saturn goes from an inner soul warmth to an outwardly perceptible warmth or fire. One might say that just as the child grows to adulthood and experiences various stages, so the spirits of personality also developed on ancient Saturn. Initially they felt comfortably warm inwardly, and then they gradually became aware of how this warmth was being externalized. Indeed, one could even say embodied. But what happened then? You must imagine first the inner warming process of the globe of Saturn. This enabled the spirits of personality, Archai, to embody. During their incarnation, outer warmth gradually formed. Had you journeyed through Saturn during the later phases of its development, you could have distinguished between warmer and colder outer areas. However, if you had made a drawing of these self-contained bodies of warmth, you would have produced a picture in which at the surface of Saturn you would have found clusters of warmth eggs forming an outer crust. From outside, the surface resembled a blackberry or raspberry. What were these quote-unquote eggs? They were the bodies of the Archai, the spirits of personality, and through their inner warmth, the spirits of personality produced the outer warmth of these Saturn eggs. It could be said of this state that as the spirits brooded over the warmth, they really brought forth the first bodies of fire. From cosmic space inward, the first bodies of fire coagulated. If we may use the expression, the external warmth eggs coagulated outwardly in space warmth. On ancient Saturn, the spirits of personality, the Archai, who were also called Asuras, were incarnated in these bodies of fire. The state of Saturn consisted only of this element of fire. The spirits of personality during the evolutionary phase of Saturn could transform outer warmth into inner warmth once again. The process was not fixed in any way. It was inwardly mobile. Indeed, the spirits of personality, the Archai, were continually producing warmth eggs and letting them dissolve again. To picture this process more exactly, imagine that you traveled for some time through these regions. You would have noticed that there were times on Saturn when no outer warmth was perceptible, only a comfortable feeling of inner warmth. This would have been followed by periods when the warmth eggs appeared. You would have become aware of a kind of breathing on ancient Saturn, a breathing of fire. You would have thought, I am within ancient Saturn, and feel as if all outer warmth has become inward, as if everything were only a feeling of inner well-being. Then you would have said, now Saturn has breathed in the warmth. On another occasion, you would have come across the many warmth eggs, and you would have said, now Saturn has breathed out its inner warmth and is all external fire. The holy Rishis conveyed this image to their pupils, who were transported back spiritually to the time of ancient Saturn, and caused to experience how the whole planet accomplished something similar to our outbreathing and inbreathing. The Rishis showed their pupils that when the fire flowed out, it produced countless bodies of warmth, and when the fire was drawn in, it became the inner I nature of the spirits of personality. Therefore the life of the planet was compared to a breathing out and a breathing in. But in the Saturn state there was only a fire breathing. Air was not yet present. Let us now imagine that all of these spirits of personality on Saturn would have continued to breathe fire in and out. They would then have gone through their regular Saturn stage of development. The result would have been that after a certain period, everything would have been gathered up again into inner warmth. The external fire planet would have disappeared, would have been taken up once more into the spiritual world. This could have occurred, but in that case there would have been no sun, moon, and earth states, because everything breathed out would have been gathered up into inner warmth again and returned to the spiritual world. A trivial expression can easily characterize what actually happened. Certain spirits of personality preferred to take back only a portion of the warmth breathed out. Something continually remained behind, so that when there was a breathing in, all the Saturn eggs did not disappear. As a result, a duality arose on Saturn. Inner warmth and then outer warmth were incorporated in the eggs. Not everything was taken back again. The spirits of personality left a part of the exhaled warmth to take care of itself, so to speak. They left it outside. Why did they do that? They had to, because otherwise they would never have reached their human stage on Saturn. What does it mean to become a human being? It means to attain I consciousness. But you cannot achieve this unless you can distinguish yourself from your surroundings. Only because of this are you an I. The bouquet of flowers is not there. I am here. I differentiate myself as I from the objects around me. Had the spirits of personality not left something that offered outside resistance, they would have allowed their I to stream out eternally. They came to I-ness, or self-consciousness, because something was outside them. They differentiated themselves from the warmth element that had been made objective. They pushed a part of the Saturn beings outside into a condition of external warmth, and said to themselves, I must allow something to stream out of myself and leave it there, so I can differentiate myself from it and kindle my I consciousness by means of this external part. Thus they created a realm next to their own, and at the same time they produced a reflection of their inner life in the external. Consequently, when the Saturn phase of existence came to an end, the spirits of personality could not let the planet disappear. Had they breathed in all the fire, it would have disappeared. But they were not in a position to breathe in what they had previously externalized. They could not intervene in the sphere that had offered them the possibility of self-consciousness. A condition of pralaya could not have arisen for Saturn only through the spirits of personality. Higher beings had to intervene to dissolve Saturn again and cause a state of transition, of disappearance, of sleep, or pralaya. Higher spirits, the thrones, stepped in and dissolved everything that had existed. Thus, as the life of Saturn drew to a close, the spirits of personality had attained self-consciousness and absorbed a part of the warmth again. They had developed a consciousness of self at their center and left behind a lower realm. The thrones now dissolved what the spirits of personality had left behind. Saturn then entered into a kind of planetary night. This was followed by a planetary dawn, when everything was to awaken again by means of laws that we shall get to know later. Had ancient Saturn disappeared through a complete breathing in of the warmth, the whole of Saturn existence would have been gathered up into the spiritual world. In that case, an awakening simply could not have occurred. Now, the thrones could dissolve only temporarily what the spirits of personality had externalized as eggs. These had to be given over to a lower stage of existence for further development. As a result, a planetary dawn ensued, and the second metamorphosis of Saturn, the sun state, arose. What came to life then? The spirits of personality, who had attained self-consciousness and no longer needed to go through what they had previously experienced, came over from ancient Saturn after the planetary sleep. The warmth eggs, which they had exhaled, now differentiated themselves again from the general mass. The spirits of personality were now bound, so to speak, to what they had previously left behind. Had they been able to gather everything into the spiritual world, they would not have been bound to the sun existence. They would not have had to descend. But they had to do so, because they had left a part of their own being behind. They had to concern themselves with it. Indeed, it drew them down into a new planetary existence. That was the destiny of Saturn. It was world karma, cosmic karma. Because the spirits of personality had not taken everything into themselves on ancient Saturn, they prepared the karma that obliged them to return. Down below they found, as a heritage of ancient Saturn, what they themselves had brought about. What happened as the spirits of personality took up the karma they had created? I characterized these results yesterday in general terms, when I explained that warmth divided itself into light and smoke. On the one hand, there arose out of the warmth eggs, on the reborn Saturn, a new planet composed of gas, air, or smoke. On the other hand, there arose light, which appeared because warmth returned to higher conditions. So on transformed Saturn, inwardly we have smoke, gas, and air, and on the other hand we have light. Had you now traveled through the universe and arrived at the place of the old sun, you would have been aware from afar of the light that had formed there, because there was smoke behind it. You would not have seen the light but a shining globe, just as you would have perceived a globe of heat on Saturn. You would have encountered a shining ball. And had you penetrated beneath the surface of this ball, you would have experienced not only warmth, but also winds, air, and gases blowing in every direction. The globe of heat had transformed itself into a globe of light. A sun had come into being. We are quite justified in calling it a sun. The orbs that are suns today are passing through the same process. Inwardly, they are streaming masses of gas, and on the other hand, they cause the gas to turn into light, and they ray forth light into the universe. In other words, light appeared for the first time during the course of our planet's transformations. In the warmth of ancient Saturn, the spirits of personality, the Archai, were able to become human. In the light that streamed from the sun, the beings of the spiritual hierarchies called archangels or archangeloi could attain their humanhood. If you had looked at the sun, not as human beings do today, but with clairvoyant faculties, you would have beheld not only a shining radiance, but also the deeds of the archangels streaming toward you in the light. In the process, however, the archangels also had to take something. The old spirits of personality still found pure fire on Saturn. On the planet they now had to inhabit, the archangels, who could become human only on the sun, found a gas-like, smoky state. What did they have to do to gain a firm foothold on the sun and make their abode there? They formed their souls, the inward part of themselves, out of the light, and incorporated it into an outer body of gas. Just as today you have a body and a soul, so the archangels who attained their human condition on the sun consisted of an inner being who could ray out light and an outer body of gas or air. Just as today the human body is made up of earth, water, air, and fire, so the archangels consisted of air and inwardly light. They had, of course, brought over the fire element with them, for it was precisely this that they developed into smoke and light. Thus these archangels also contained fire. Their total organization consisted of light, smoke, and fire. You would have encountered the archangels in bodies woven of gas, fire, and light. The light enabled them to have an outer existence, and they streamed a shining force into the universe. Through the fire, they had an inner life and experienced the well-being of warmth. Because they dwelt in a gaseous body, they were able to live on the sun planet as such. They could now differentiate their own gaseous body from the general substance on the old sun. They collided with this general substance, and this kindled a kind of consciousness of self. But this consciousness could be developed into higher stages only because the archangels preferred to remain connected, so to speak, to their gaseous, smoke-like bodies, or at least to remain in the sun substance. For in the alternating conditions on the old sun, the archangels could have absorbed all of the smoke, all of the gas of their surroundings into themselves. We now have a real breathing process on the sun. You would have experienced the currents of gas on the old sun as a breathing process. You would have found conditions of absolute stillness, and you would have said, now the archangels have inhaled all of the gas. But then the archangels would begin to exhale again. Inner currents would begin to flow, and at the same time light would appear. These were the alternating conditions on the sun. The archangels inhaled all the gas, stillness and darkness, the night of the sun followed. The archangels exhaled, and the sun became filled with streams of smoke and shone forth. The sun's day had begun. The whole of the sun's body went through a real breathing process. During exhalation, that is, the sun's day, the surrounding world became illuminated. During inhalation, the sun's night, everything became dark. Here you have the difference between the old sun and the present sun. Our present sun is always shining, and darkness is produced only when an object is placed in front of the light. Such was not the case on the old sun. It had the power to produce alternating conditions of light and darkness that consisted of a breathing out and a breathing in. Let us imagine very vividly what happened outwardly. Take the condition of exhalation, that is, when the light rays out and at the same time the sun fills itself with smoke. These forms of smoke, these currents of smoke, have a regular configuration. At each exhalation, a sum of regular forms is imprinted upon the sun's substance. What had previously been mere egg-shaped warmth bodies were transformed into various regular forms. Quite remarkable smoke forms containing an inner life and regularity now arose. It was as if the eggs had hatched. This might be compared to a process of densification. Much as the chicken comes out of the egg, so had the warmth eggs been split asunder. Regular smoke forms emerged, which were the archangels' densest bodies. These inhabited the sun in bodies of smoke, gas, and air, and thus moved about as human beings. This gives us the spiritual idea of a fixed star, a universal sun that produces the alternation of day and night by virtue of its own inherent power. Light and darkness came about through breathing out and breathing in, because at that time the old sun was a kind of fixed star. Everything that of itself shines forth into our universal space sends the life of spiritual messengers, the archangels, out with the light. What did the original archai, or primal beginnings, the spirits of personality, accomplish through their own development? They made it possible for a sun to appear. If it were not for them, there would have been only a Saturn stage in evolution. Because the Archai left external warmth eggs on Saturn, the metamorphosis into a sun could be achieved. On the sun, the archangels had the opportunity to pass through the human stage. They became the heralds of the cosmos, who proclaimed that the primal beginnings, the spirits of personality, had preceded them. As messengers of the universe, we proclaim in radiating light the former existence of the warmth-permeated ancient Saturn. We are the messengers, the heralds of the Archai. Angeloi means messengers. Archai means beginnings. The archangels are, in fact, the messengers of the accomplishments of the primal beginnings, or Archai, in ancient times. That is why they are called the angels of the beginnings, Archai and Angeloi, which gave rise to the English word archangels. These arch-messengers achieved their humanhood on the sun. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of the lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Spiritual Hierarchies and the Physical World. Lecture 4 is entitled The Work of the Spiritual Hierarchies and the Zodiac, given on April 13th, 1909, in the evening. When we consider, as we did this morning, the conditions on ancient Saturn that are more transparent and less shrouded in illusion or Maya, we can better understand the redemption or further imprisonment of those beings we encountered yesterday in relation to the profoundly significant passage in the Divine Gita. You will recall that Saturn's development would have come to an end and everything would have been reabsorbed into the spiritual world if the spirits of personality had completely drawn into themselves the egg-shaped heat bodies and left nothing behind on ancient Saturn. Yet, as I pointed out, this did not happen. The spirits of personality compressed more intensively than they should have and left their seal on all of Saturn. They did not take everything back into themselves. Indeed, they left behind outwardly perceptible warmth bodies. What was the power working in the spirits of personality on ancient Saturn? It was the force we know today as the human power of thinking. The spirits of personality did nothing on ancient Saturn but exercise their power of thought. The warmth eggs were formed because they were able to call forth the idea of these eggs. The power of conceptual thought in the spirits of personality was thus far greater than in human beings today. For what kind of power does the conceptual capacity of contemporary humanity have? If we have an idea or thought today, we create a form only in the astral world. It goes no further. That is why the form cannot be verified in an outer physical way. But on ancient Saturn, the spirits of personality were mighty magicians. They formed and left behind the warmth eggs of Saturn through the power of their thinking. It was the power of the spirits of personality that caused the residue of ancient Saturn to be left behind. And this residue reappeared repeatedly even during the solar phase of evolution. Since what was formed into eggs was made out of the surroundings of Saturn, eggs that were then enchanted and chained to a further existence, we can now grasp the fact that an entity or being at the human stage creates forms from its surroundings. On this basis, the conditions are not yet so complicated. We can now present comprehensively what was said yesterday. Thus we can say, consider the Saturn fire. Consider what was repeatedly spiritualized from the ancient Saturn fire, and then repeatedly retracted as inner soul fire, warm comfortableness, and then ascended to higher realms. In other words, consider how what was perceptible external warmth, that is, what densified into external warmth, had to be reborn so that it could reappear on the sun. Let us now look at the rest of what was described this morning. The beings of the spiritual hierarchies, whom we call archangels, archangeloi, or fire spirits, achieved their human stage on the old sun. On the one hand, the warmth element densified itself to smoke or gas, so that the sun was a gaseous globe. On the other hand, it burned the gas, so that light streamed out into universal space. The archangels, or fire spirits, who lived in the streaming light, absorbed and then streamed out light, and lived in this process. I mentioned before that if you could have journeyed through the universe, you would have beheld the old sun shining toward you from a great distance. In the inner part of the old sun, you would have perceived various currents of gas permeating the whole body of the planet like a breathing process. Let us now, once more, hold this ancient Saturn and ancient Sun before our souls. We have seen that life and activity ruled in both of these planetary bodies. On old Saturn there was a forming and dissolving of egg-shaped structures. There were also residues left behind. Had one observed this internal activity on ancient Saturn, one would have said that Saturn was really a single living being. It really is as though it were a fully living being. It was alive and lived in and of itself, producing forms continuously out of its own life. This was even more so on the old sun. We meet this planet as a unit with conditions alternating between the sun's day and the sun's night, a breathing in and out of light. If one could have observed it, everything would have given the impression of a universal body permeated with life, not of something dead. Everything that lives, however, that is permeated with activity and thus inwardly lively and constantly moving, owes its motion to the spiritual beings who direct and guide it. We mentioned that the spirits of personality produced the egg forms through their power of thought, thus implying that there must have been a substance available out of which the eggs could be shaped. But the spirits of personality, the archai, were unable to create the substance. We should bear in mind that something must exist to furnish the substance, that is, the undifferentiated warmth, the fire itself. The spirits of personality could only shape the warmth. The substance had to be provided from elsewhere. We must ask, what conceived the whole realm of Saturn, especially the spirits of personality, and what was the source of the warmth substance or fire element? It came from much higher spiritual beings who had achieved their human stage so far back in the past that they were already well beyond this stage on ancient Saturn. To form a clear image of the exalted beings who were necessary for the warmth fire element on ancient Saturn, we must consider, by way of comparison, how the human being evolved, for human beings will also eventually become divine beings. We know, and have often mentioned, that human beings today consist of 4 members or bodies: physical, etheric, astral, and I, capital. This is the key to all spiritual science. We also know about humanity's future evolution. We know how the I, working from within, gradually transforms the astral body so that the I finally gains complete mastery over it. We know, too, that when the astral body has been thus transformed, we say that it contains spirit self, or manas. An astral body ruled by the I is spirit self, or manas. The same applies to the ether body. When the I works even more powerfully still, it can overcome the opposing forces of the ether body. The transformed ether body then becomes the life spirit, or buddhi. Finally, when the I gains mastery over the physical body, when the most powerfully opposing forces of the physical body are also overcome, the human being bears within it the spirit human, the spiritual body, or Atman. In transforming one's physical body into Atman, or spiritual body, one thus becomes 7-fold. Outwardly, the physical body appears as a physical body, but inwardly it is completely controlled and permeated by the I. At this stage, the physical body is both physical body and Atman. The ether body is both ether body and life spirit, or buddhi, and the astral body is both astral body and spirit self, or manas. The I has now become ruler over all of the other members. Thus, out of its own forces, humanity evolves to higher stages of development. People strive toward their own deification, as the friend and pupil of St. Paul, Dionysius the Areopagite, called it. But this is not the end of human development. Once human beings have reached the stage of complete mastery of the physical body, still higher stages of development await them. The process continues higher and higher. We can look up to sublime beings who, dwelling in exalted spiritual heights, become ever mightier. How do such beings become greater? At first, they require something from the world. Later they develop so that they can give something. The fundamental spirit and purpose of development is that one proceeds from taking to giving. We can find an analogy in human development between birth and death. Children are helpless and must accept help from individuals in their surroundings, but gradually they outgrow this helplessness and become helpers in their own circle. The same is true of the grand span of human development in the universe. Humanity was already present in its earliest physical form on ancient Saturn, where this being received only the first foundation of human nature. This continued during the old sun and old moon periods. On Earth, however, humanity was given the I, and now human beings are gradually preparing themselves so that the I can work within the astral, etheric, and physical bodies. In this way we become beings who can give cosmically. As beings, we gradually grow into the cosmic and develop the capacity for universal giving. That is, we develop from taking to giving. You have an example of this in the beings we spoke of this morning, the archangels or archangeloi. On the old sun, the archangels had already developed to where they could produce light in the universe. The course of development moves from taking to giving. This activity of giving, in fact, can assume considerable proportions. When some beings, for instance, merely give their thoughts, this still denotes a somewhat restricted activity of giving. For whoever gives thoughts, even if one has many thoughts, and goes away, leaves the situation as it was before. In a higher sense, nothing visible, nothing substantial has been produced. But then a time came when beings could give more than thoughts or the like. They were able to bestow far more. Indeed, they could give what the spirits of personality needed on old Saturn, the substance of warmth fire. Who were the beings who had reached such an exalted stage of development that they could let the warmth fire substance on ancient Saturn stream from their own bodies? They were known as the thrones. We can see how ancient Saturn was formed. From the periphery of the universe, the thrones gathered into one point. Their activity could be compared, on a larger scale, to what the silkworm does in a lower realm when it spins silk threads out of its own body. The thrones spun the warmth substance and sacrificed it on the altar of ancient Saturn. We have seen that on ancient Saturn the spirits of personality gave only personality, or I consciousness, to warmth. But the warmth fire substance itself streams out of the universal, out of the cosmos, from high exalted spiritual beings, the thrones. Now we know the origin of the eggs that we find on Saturn. They were spun from the bodies sacrificed by the thrones. But the cooperation of the spirits of personality and the thrones alone does not account for the inner liveliness and activity on Saturn. The spirits of personality had the power to shape the warmth substance, but they could not achieve this by themselves. This inner liveliness and activity required still other beings, lower than the thrones but higher than the spirits of personality or archai, to inhabit ancient Saturn. These beings had the task of helping the spirits of personality. We can form an image of the nature of this assistance when we remember that above us we have the angels or angeloi, then the archangels or archangeloi, then the primal beginnings, the spirits of personality or the archai. These beings belong to the hierarchy immediately above humanity. The thrones are not the next highest beings after the spirits of personality. Between the spirits of personality and the thrones are the intermediary ranks. One of these, the exousiae, as Dionysius the Areopagite called them, or the powers, as they are called in English, is 1 degree higher than the rank of spirits of personality. On ancient Saturn, these exousiae had the same relationship to the spirits of personality as the angels have to us. 1 stage higher, we have the beings we call mites, the dunamis. On ancient Saturn, the dunamis had the same relationship to the spirits of personality as the archangels have to us today. Still another stage higher than the mites or dunamis are the dominions or kuriotetes. They held the same relationship to the spirits of personality on ancient Saturn as the spirits of personality hold to us today. Only after we have reached the dominions or kuriotetes do we come to the thrones. On ancient Saturn, therefore, we have a progression of beings, the spirits of personality who awaken and bring about I consciousness, and the thrones who stand 4 stages higher than the spirits of personality and give forth the fire substance. Between them, so that life on Saturn may be ordered and guided, we have from below upward the powers, the mites, and the dominions, that is, the exousiae, dunamis, and kuriotetes. These, so to speak, are the inhabitants of ancient Saturn. In our characterization of evolution from ancient Saturn to the old Sun, the beings just mentioned evolved 1 degree higher. The archangels went through their human stage. Outwardly, warmth is physically densified into gas. The old Sun is a gaseous body, and whereas ancient Saturn was a dark body of warmth, the Sun begins to shine forth and alternates between sun days and sun nights. It is particularly important to note this alternation between sun days and sun nights, because a considerable difference exists between these 2 conditions in the life on the old Sun. If nothing further had occurred on the old Sun, other than what I have described so far, the archangels, human beings on the old Sun, would have rushed out with the light rays, spread into the universe during the sun days, and would have had to return to the Sun during the sun nights. There would have been a breathing in and a breathing out of light. There also would have been creatures weaving in the light, but this was not the situation. Let me characterize the nature of the archangels quite simply, almost trivially. They enjoyed floating out into the cosmos. They even preferred floating out and merging into the spirit of the universe rather than contracting and drawing themselves back together, which seemed narrowing an inferior state of existence. It suited them better to dwell in the light ether. But their existence in the light ether could not have extended beyond certain limits if something had not come to their assistance. Had these beings been totally dependent on themselves, they would have had no choice but to return docilely to the Sun during the sun nights. Yet this is not what they did. Increasingly, they prolonged their stay in the universe, remaining longer and longer in the spiritual world. What came to their assistance? Let's imagine a circle that represents the globe of the old Sun. the archangels, sped outward in all directions from the globe, spread out spiritually into the cosmos. Beings from the cosmos came to help the archangels in their outward movement. Just as on ancient Saturn the fire element was previously brought from the cosmos by the thrones, so now other beings higher than the thrones came to meet the archangels in their outward movement. These beings helped the archangels to remain longer in the spiritual world than would otherwise have been possible. The beings who came to meet and receive the archangels out of the spiritual expanse of space are called cherubim. The cherubim are especially sublime spiritual beings, for they have the capacity to receive the archangels, so to speak, with open arms. As the archangels spread out, the cherubim come to meet them out of the universe. Around the globe of the old sun, we thus have the approaching hosts of the cherubim. We could say that just as the earth is surrounded by the atmosphere, so is the old sun surrounded by the realm of the cherubim for the benefit of the archangels. The archangels, as they went forth into cosmic space, beheld their mighty helpers. How did these great helpers meet them, and what was their appearance? Naturally, this can only be seen by looking with clairvoyant perception into the Akashic record. These great universal helpers appeared in quite definite etheric forms. Our ancestors, still conscious of these important facts through tradition, represented the cherubim as strangely winged beasts with variously shaped heads, the winged lion, the winged eagle, the winged bull, and the winged human. Indeed, at first the cherubim drew near from 4 sides. They approached in shapes that could be represented afterward, and thus became known as the forms of the cherubim. In schools of the first post-Atlantean initiates, the cherubim who approached the old sun from 4 sides were given names, from which the names bull, lion, eagle, and human were derived later on. More will have to be said on this subject. But this evening we shall consider further the 4 types of cherubim who went out to meet the archangels. The archangels who dwelled as human on the old sun beheld the 4 different types of cherubim approaching from 4 sides as they moved out into cosmic space. Because of this, the archangels could remain in the spiritual realm around the old sun longer than otherwise would have been possible. The influence of the cherubim on the old archangels was most enlivening. Further, because the cherubim drew closer to the old sun, they made their influence felt in yet another way. Influences are never one-sided. Imagine, for example, 2 people in a room. One wants the room heated quite warmly. The other does not share this preference, but because the other person must also be there, they must both experience the warmth. The same is true of the cherubim who streamed in from universal space. The cherubim affected the beings of the ancient sun, who had soared up to the light element, and they knew how to live in the light element in the manner described. But this process could only occur during a sun day, as light streamed out into cosmic space. The cherubim, however, were also in the heavens during sun nights, when the light did not stream out. During these periods, the sun planet was darkened, and there was only warmth gas, no light. Currents of warm gases streamed inside the sun globe. The cherubim were all around it and sent their activity downward into the dark gas. Therefore, when the cherubim could not influence the archangels in the normal way, they sent their activity into the dark smoke, the dark gas of the sun. During the period of ancient Saturn, influences were exercised on the warmth, but influences now streamed from the universe into the densified warmth and the gaseous body of the old sun. This accounts for the fact that the first seeds were established for what we today call the animal kingdom, out of the sun mist on the old sun. Just as the first foundation of the human realm in the physical human body arose on ancient Saturn, so the first foundation of the animal kingdom was formed out of the smoke, out of the gas of the old sun. The earliest beginnings of the human body were formed out of the warmth of ancient Saturn. On the old sun, the first outlines of smoke-like, independently moving, physical animal bodies were formed by the configuration of cherubim reflected in the sun gases. On the one hand, therefore, the ranks of cherubim, that totality of higher beings who spread themselves out around the sun, received the approaching archangels with open arms. On the other hand, they also magically brought forth the first physical manifestation of the animal kingdom out of the sun's gas in the sun nights. The animal kingdom emerged in its first physical framework out of the sun mist. Our ancestors, who were familiar with these important facts of spiritual cosmology from the mysteries, thus called the beings who manifested their influences from various sides of the universal space on the old sun, the zodiac, or animal circle. That is the original meaning of zodiac. On ancient Saturn, then, the first beginnings of humanity were laid down. The substance that constitutes our physical body today was poured out, sacrificed by the thrones. On the old sun, the beginnings of the animal kingdom arose. The first animal forms were conjured forth by the self-reflecting figures of the cherubim out of the gas generated from the densifying warmth substance. Thus the first animals became the sun's reflections of the zodiac. There is a true inner relationship between the zodiac and the first animals on the old sun. Our present animals are caricatures of the beings who were in the process of becoming animals on the sun. Names were not given arbitrarily in ancient times. One must never presume that in those ancient times names were devised arbitrarily. What do astronomers do today who have the good fortune to discover a new star or planet in the chain of the planetoids? They open a dictionary, choose among the Greek mythological names one that has not yet been appropriated, and give it to the newly discovered star. Names were never given in this manner when the mysteries still flourished, for a name expressed the true nature of the thing it named. It was filled with meaning. The shapes of our present animals, even if they are caricatures, were drawn from the periphery of the cosmos, from the forms of the zodiac that existed at that time. You may have noticed that I have written out here only 4 names of the zodiac. They represent the 4 principal expressions of the cherubim, but in reality each of these cherubic beings has, to the right and the left of it, a kind of follower or companion. Thus, seeing that each of the 4 forms of the cherubim is supplied with 2 companions, we have 12 forces or powers in the sun's periphery that were already present in a rudimentary form on ancient Saturn. The 12 powers belonging to the realm of the cherubim accomplished their task, their mission in the universe, as I have indicated. But how are these powers, belonging to the realm of the cherubim, related to the usual names of the zodiac? We shall talk about this in the next few days, for there has been a change in the sequence of the names. One generally begins with the ram, Aries, the bull, Taurus, the twins, Gemini, the crab, Cancer, and the lion, Leo. Then comes the virgin, Virgo, and the scales, Libra. The eagle has had to take the name Scorpio for a definite reason, due to a later transformation. Then come the 2 companion signs, the archer, Sagittarius, and the goat, Capricorn. The human is called Waterman, Aquarius, for a particular reason we shall come to later. Finally we have the fishes, Pisces. The true forms from which the zodiac originated appear only in the bull and the lion. They appear less in the human, who is referred to exoterically as the Waterman or Aquarius. In the coming days we shall discuss why this transformation of the zodiac came about. We have seen how exalted spiritual beings, the exalted hierarchy of the thrones, separated the fire matter out of their own substance on ancient Saturn, and how even higher beings, the cherubim, were able to receive into themselves the light that arose from this fiery substance and to transfigure and ennoble it. But a corresponding compensation, a lowering process, must take place each time an uplifting process arises in the universe. For the archangels to have the opportunity of extending their spiritual existence by day, the cherubim had to continue their activity at night, and to produce from the mist, smoke, and gas of the densified warm substance animal beings or forms that stand below the level of humanity. We have now set out the conceptual framework according to primal cosmic wisdom, for showing how certain spiritual beings of the universe work together with our own planetary body, and how what comes before us as outwardly physical always leads back to spiritual beings. What is today known materially as the zodiac has its origin in the cherubims sending their influence down from the encircling cosmos to the old sun, that lets its forces stream forth into the universe as the power of light. Today we traced one important concept pertaining to the zodiac. Tomorrow we shall move forward with our considerations. Gradually we shall come to another characterization of the planetary bodies, and thereby throw increasing light on their relationship with the spiritual hierarchies. The end of Lecture 4. This is a reading of the lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner, entitled The Spiritual Hierarchies and the Physical World. This is Lecture 6, entitled Geocentricity and Heliocentricity in Cosmic Evolution, given on April 15, 1909, in the evening. Yesterday, we saw how events in the cosmos are brought about by the beings above us in the spiritual world. At the close of the lecture, we drew attention to an especially significant event, the war in heaven, whose battlefield extended between Jupiter and Mars. Physical science today increasingly finds planetoids in that sphere. These are the corpses left behind on that cosmic battlefield. We shall return to this event. We shall also see that this event in heaven is reflected in certain events that occurred in the earth's development. In fact, we shall find a reflection of the war in heaven in the opening of the Bhagavad Gita. Today we shall first continue our observations by describing briefly the other beings of the spiritual hierarchies we referred to in passing yesterday. The beings that are closest to human beings as we ascend are known in Christian esotericism as angels, archangels, and prime powers, or primal beginnings. They are also known as angeloi, archangeloi, and archai. In anthroposophical terminology, the archangels are also known as fire spirits, the primal beginnings as spirits of personality. The beings between us and the spiritual beings referred to yesterday as reaching out to Jupiter, Mars, and so on, are of course more closely connected to human life on earth. Let us first consider the angels, or angeloi. They reached their human stage during the old moon period, and are at present developed only as far as we shall be developed during our Jupiter evolution. Hence they are one stage above us. What is the task of these beings? To deal with this question, we shall have to consider the development of humanity on earth. A human being develops from incarnation to incarnation. We can trace human evolution back through the ancient Atlantean period and the earlier Lemurian times. Human evolution, in fact, began during the ancient Lemurian era. This development, by means of successive incarnations, will continue until almost the end of earthly evolution. At that time, other forms of human development will arise. Now, you know that the eternal essence of our being, our individuality, endures from incarnation to incarnation. Most people, however, remain unconscious of having lived in a previous incarnation, and do not remember what happened in a preceding embodiment. Only those who have developed a certain stage of clairvoyance are able to look back into previous incarnations. Since we cannot yet remember previous incarnations, however, what kind of continuity could exist between our incarnations if there were no being to link together our individual incarnations and guide our progressive development from one incarnation to the next? We must presume, therefore, that for every human being who cannot remember, there is a being who is a level higher than humankind and leads the individual from one incarnation to the next. We should remember that these are not the beings who order karma. They are simply guardian beings who preserve the memory of one incarnation until the next, as long as a person cannot do so. These beings are angels, or angeloi. In each incarnation, each of us is an individuality, but a being watches over us, who carries the consciousness of what has occurred in our lives from incarnation to incarnation. This explains why, at certain lower stages of initiation, a person, even though he or she does not yet know of former incarnations, has the possibility of asking his or her angel. This is absolutely within the bounds of possibility for certain lower levels of initiation. It is the task of the angels, therefore, to stand watch over all the threads that an individual weaves from one incarnation to another. Now, let's consider the next group of beings, known as archangels, archangeloi, or fire spirits. These beings are not concerned with single individuals. Their task is more encompassing. They bring the life of the individual and the life of broader groups of humanity, that is, peoples, races, and so on, into harmonious order. Within earthly evolution, they have the task of bringing the individual soul into relationship with what we call folk soul and race soul. For anyone who can penetrate spiritual knowledge, folk souls and race souls are quite different from what is generally understood by these terms today, especially by the abstract modern scientist. A certain number of people live in a particular area, for example in Germany, France, or Italy. Because our physical eyes perceive human beings as only so many outer physical forms, abstract thinkers merely conceive of the folk spirit or folk soul as the abstract sum total of so many people. For them, only the individual human being is real, not the folk soul or folk spirit. But for anyone who can look into the true workings of the spiritual world, a folk soul or a folk spirit is a reality. A fire spirit or archangel manifests in a folk soul, governing the relationship between individual human beings and the whole of a people or race. Ascending one stage higher than the archangels, we come to the beings known as the spirits of personality, primal beginnings or primal powers or archai. These are still higher beings who have an even more exalted task in the interrelatedness of human affairs. Essentially, they govern all the interrelationships of the whole human species on earth. They live in such a way that from age to age, through the waves of time, they can, at a particular point in time, transform themselves and take on a different spiritual body. You are all familiar with something that for the abstract thinker of today's typical education is just an abstract idea, but is a reality for anyone who sees into spiritual reality. I mean the dreadful expression we used to refer to the zeitgeist, footnote literally spirit of the times, end footnote. This expression refers to what constitutes the significance and mission of a given human epoch. Take, for example, the mission and significance of the first millennium following the Atlantean catastrophe. Such time spirits encompass something that goes beyond single peoples or races. The spirit of the age, the zeitgeist, is not restricted to a particular people. Its influence goes beyond the frontiers of any particular country. The true spirit of the time, or spirit of an age, is the spirit body of an archai, primal beginning or spirit of personality. Such archai, for example, are responsible for certain human individualities appearing on the earthly scene at the appointed times. You will readily understand that earthly tasks have to be accomplished largely by earthly individualities. Certain epoch-making personalities have to appear at particular times. Utter confusion would reign in earthly evolution if it were left to chance whether, for instance, a Luther or a Charlemagne were to appear arbitrarily in one era or another. Such appearances must be conceived of within the whole of human earthly evolution. The right souls must appear at a particular epoch within the overall significance of earthly evolution, as it were. This is regulated by the spirits of personality, or archai. Beyond the archai we find the beings mentioned yesterday, the so-called powers, or exousiae, also known as the spirits of form. Here we come to tasks that reach beyond the earth. In human development we have distinguished the evolutionary stages of Saturn, Sun, Moon, Earth, Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan. From all that occurs within the earth itself, we have seen how everything that happens to individual human beings on earth is regulated by angels. Archangels are responsible for the relation between individuals and groups. Spirits of personality, by contrast, are responsible for human evolution, as it extends from the Lemurian period to a future period, when human beings will be so spiritualized that they will virtually no longer belong to the earth. But something else must be regulated too. Humanity must be guided from one planetary condition to another. There must be spiritual beings whose task during the whole of earthly evolution is to make sure that when that phase comes to an end, humanity rightly passes over into a pralaya and finds its way to the next goal, that of Jupiter. This task belongs to the powers, or spirits of form, the exousiae. They are the spirits who ensure humanity's guidance from one planetary stage to another. Yesterday we characterized their tasks from above downward. Now we shall do so from below upward. So, let us acquaint ourselves with the cosmic position of these beings. In spiritual science, in what should be continued as anthroposophy today, indeed in what is known as mystery wisdom, the beings of the spiritual hierarchies have always been spoken of in the same way. Yesterday we saw that the present Saturn represents the limit of the workings of the thrones. Jupiter represents the boundary of the activity of the dominions, and Mars is the frontier for the influence of the mights, the dunamis, or virtues. Let us now characterize how the spheres of influence of these beings are distributed spatially in our solar system. Here we touch on something that, even for those of you who are prepared to a certain extent, will seem somewhat strange, although it absolutely corresponds with the truth. In school, we learn that from very ancient times until Copernicus, a concept of the solar system existed, known as the Ptolemaic system. Footnote: Claudius Oleaginus, or Ptolemy, 2nd century AD astronomer, mathematician, and geographer of Alexandria. His title, Megala Syntaxis tes Astronomias, known as the Almagest, from the title of its Arabic translation, described the Ptolemaic system of astronomy and geography based on the theory that the sun, planets, and stars revolve around the earth. End of footnote. It is said that People then believed that the Earth was at the center of our solar system, as indeed it appears to ordinary visual perception, and that the planets rotated around the Earth. But since Copernicus, so it is said, we know at last what human beings formerly did not, that the Sun is at the center, and the planets circle around it in their respective elliptical orbits. In fact, however, and this must be made clear, if one is to present the matter correctly and honestly, according to the current understanding of that standard, the true description of what occurred is something quite different. One should rather say, until the time of Copernicus, people knew only certain forms of movement in the heavens, and according to these, calculated how our solar system might be organized. What Copernicus then did was not to take a seat, so to speak, outside of the universe, to observe how the Sun was placed in the center of a circle or ellipse, and how the planets moved around it. Rather, Copernicus contrived a mathematical calculation, and this formula corresponded more closely to what one saw than the previous explanation. The Copernican world system is nothing but the result of thinking. Putting Ptolemy's view aside for the moment, let us place the Sun in the middle and calculate where the planets should be in relation to it. Then let us consider whether or not this corresponds to our immediate experience. Indeed, from mere physical observation, this experiment coincides completely with our experience. Various cosmic systems have been built up upon this premise, including the Kant-Laplace theory. But in the light of subsequent discoveries, we come to a position that scientifically is not quite honest. Later, as a result of purely physical observation, 2 planets, Uranus and Neptune, were added to the system. We shall speak of their significance for our solar system later. Indeed, in describing our solar system, one should point out that the appearance of Uranus and Neptune brings a considerable amount of confusion into the calculations. If one wishes to accept the Kant-Laplace cosmic system, it follows that Uranus and Neptune should move with their corresponding moons, just as other moons rotate around other planets. But this is not the case. Among these outermost, more recently discovered planets, we have one that behaves in a singular way. If the Kant-Laplace cosmic system were correct, we would have to imagine that after all of the planets had split off, someone turned the axis about 90 degrees, because the courses of the outermost planets are different from the other planets. Neptune and Uranus differ considerably from the remaining planets of our solar system. We shall see their situation later. For the moment, we merely want to point out that the Copernican view is the result of calculations, that it is an hypothesis, an assumption made at a time when human insight into the spiritual reality behind outer happenings had completely ebbed away. The Ptolemaic view, on the other hand, is not merely a physical system. It was derived from spiritual observation, at a time when it was still known that the planets represented the boundaries of influence of higher beings. To characterize the realms of influence of these higher beings, our planetary solar system must be drawn very differently. I will now draw this planetary system as it was made clear in the mystery schools of Zoroaster. We could equally well draw from other mysteries, but we have selected this particular system to bring out the characteristics of our solar system with its planets in relation to the spiritual beings active within it. In the Zoroastrian system, something was included that differed from our observation of the heavens. You are aware that in the course of many years, one can observe a procession of the sun, apparent or otherwise, through the zodiac. It is usually stated, and quite correctly, that beginning approximately in the 8th century BC, the sun rose in the sign of the Ram, Aries, at the spring equinox. Each year, however, the sun advanced a little further, so that in the course of long periods of time, the whole of the sign of the Ram was traversed. Before 800 BC, the sun did not rise in the Ram, but in the sign of the Bull, Taurus. This lasted about 2200 years, so that the sun had traversed the whole sign of the bull with its vernal point. Before this, the sun rose in the twins, Gemini. That is, the sun rose in the twins before 800 plus approximately 2200 years BC. If, therefore, we look back to the 4th and 5th millennia BC, we find the vernal point in the sign of the twins. This was the period when the mysteries of Zoroaster flourished. They flourished in the distant past, when all the appearances in the heavens were calculated in relation to the sign of the twins. So if we draw the zodiac as it was described yesterday, we would have to place the constellation of the twins here at the top. We would then have to draw what served as the boundary of the throne's sphere of activity in immediate relation to the zodiac. That is, we must draw what made up the boundary of Saturn. After that, we must delimit the sphere of activity of those spiritual beings known as the dominions, or spirits of wisdom, the outermost boundary of Jupiter. Next, we delimit the sphere of influence of the mites, or spirits of movement. This is delineated by the boundary of Mars. We have seen that the battlefield left by the war in heaven is between these two. To differentiate correctly between the various realms of power, however, we must also draw the boundary line of the sun. Just as Mars marks the outer boundary of the influence of the mites, so the orbit of the sun represents the frontier of the authority of the powers, or spirits of form. Here, then, is the boundary marked out by Venus, that represents the sphere of influence of the Archai. Next we come to the realm marked out by Mercury. This is the sphere of influence of the archangels, the fire spirits. We are now coming quite close to the earth. We reach the realm of influence bounded by the moon. Therefore, here we must draw the earth. You must picture the earth as the starting point, and around it a sphere of influence reaching to the moon. This is followed by a realm reaching up to Mercury, then one to Venus, and then one to the sun. You may be astonished at the sequence of the planets as I have given it here. You might think that if the earth is here, and here the sun, you would believe I should draw Mercury here near the sun, and here Venus. This is, however, not right, because both planets were, with regard to their names, mixed up by later astronomy. What is called Mercury today was called in ancient teachings Venus, and the planet referred to as Venus today was in all the old teachings called Mercury. Mark this well. One does not understand the old writings and teachings if one applies what is said there about Venus and Mercury to what is meant today by the same names. What is said about Venus had to be applied to present-day Mercury, and what is said about Mercury to Venus, because both of these designations were mixed up later. At the time when one turned the world system around, when the earth was stripped of her central position, one not only changed the perspective, but allowed Mercury and Venus to roll around each other in relation to the old designations. Footnote: for background to this complex question of the relationship of Mercury and Venus, see appendix page 251 in this edition. Now you can reconcile what has been drawn here with the physical planetary system. Here is the sun, and Venus revolves around it. Beyond that, Mercury revolves around the sun. Then the earth with the moon, and beyond that Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn revolve. You must imagine the physical movements in a way that each planet revolves around the sun. But you can also think of an arrangement where the earth is here and the other planets have revolved, so that on their paths they are behind the sun. If I wish to represent this diagrammatically, it would be as follows. First, we draw the physical system in the usual way. We place the sun at one of the focal points, and let Venus, Mercury, and Earth, with its moon, rotate around it. Here are Earth, Mercury, and Venus, according to the old designation. Next is Mars. Then, after the planetoids, Jupiter, and finally Saturn. You must imagine that the Earth is here, below. Then we have Mercury and Venus, and then Mars up there, and Jupiter, and so on. Now you have the Sun, Mercury, and the present Venus here. The planets can take up a variety of positions in relation to one another, and there is no reason why they should not stand like this. It is plausible. We have drawn the current physical system. To do so, we have chosen a particular moment when the Earth, Mercury, and Venus are situated on one side of the Sun, and the other planets, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, are on the other. That is all we have done, nothing more. Here are the Earth, Mercury, Venus, and on the other side of the Sun we find Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. It is simply a matter of changing perspective. This system is imaginable, but it is valid only for this particular constellation. This actually was the case at a time when the twins were above Saturn. At that time one could clearly observe clairvoyantly the spheres of influence of the spiritual hierarchies. Around the Earth one could behold the sphere of the angels extending out to the moon. Truly, if we do not take the physical system as our basis, but this unique constellation, we then find around the Earth a round of angels extending to the moon. Beyond that, the sphere of archangels extending to Mercury, outward to Venus, the spirits of personality, finally the powers, exousiae, or spirits of form, extending to the Sun. Then, as I told you yesterday, we come to the sphere of the virtues, mights, and after that the spheres of the dominions and thrones. When speaking about the Copernican and Ptolemaic systems, we must be clear that the Ptolemaic system has preserved something of the constellation of the ruling spirits, and from that perspective the Earth must be taken as the starting point. A time will come when this cosmic system will again be correct, because humanity will again know of the existence of the spiritual world. It can be hoped that human beings will then be less fanatical than our contemporaries. The modern view holds that before Copernicus, people talked nonsense and had a primitive cosmic system. But since Copernicus, we know that what is correct at last, everything else is false. Today, people more or less think that, for example, because the Copernican system is right, it will be taught into the infinite future, even after millions of years. Human beings have rarely been as superstitious as modern theoretical astronomers, and hardly ever was there such fanaticism as there is in this field. We may hope that future generations will be more tolerant, and say that humanity was no longer conscious of the spiritual world after the 15th and 16th centuries, and further, that a spiritual world does indeed exist, and that in the spiritual world one has other perspectives, and must arrange heavenly bodies other than from simple physical observation. Previously, such vantage points were useful. Then a time came when the arrangement of the heavenly bodies had to be established physically. People of the future will say it is understandable, and that after the 16th century the physical view was also correct. For a while humankind had to ignore anything connected with the spiritual world, but then people began to think again in terms of a spiritual world and returned to the original spiritual viewpoint. One hopes that future generations will understand that astronomical mythology, as well as other forms of mythology, was once possible, and that they will not regard our age with the same disdain that contemporary humanity, in its superstition, shows toward its ancestors. We see, therefore, that the Copernican system became a different one, because mere physical perceptions were considered. Before then, remnants of spiritual perception remained in the Ptolemaic system. But we can gain an idea of the working and weaving of spiritual beings in our cosmic and planetary system only by considering this other Ptolemaic system. Thus we are true to the spiritual context when we say that the angels have authority extending to the moon, the archangels to Mercury, the spirits of personality to Venus, the powers to the Sun, and the mights to Mars. Then come the beings known as the dominions and finally the thrones. We merely have to draw other lines in the physical system to delimit the boundaries of the spheres of influence of the various hierarchies. As far as the spiritual influences are concerned, the earth, not the sun, is at the center of the cosmic system. The following, therefore, was maintained by people of all periods who placed emphasis on spiritual evolution. Though the sun is a nobler heavenly body, and beings who are superior to humankind have developed there, nevertheless, in evolution, everything depends on human beings living on earth. Furthermore, the sun separated so that human beings could develop further in the right way. Had the sun remained united with the earth, humankind could not have advanced at the right pace. That only became possible because the sun withdrew, together with beings who could bear very different conditions. The earth was left to itself, so to speak, so that humanity could establish the appropriate tempo for its evolution. A cosmic system will assume this or that configuration according to its chosen starting point and perspective. If one asks where the center of our cosmic system is, viewed purely from the perspective of our physical senses, then the answer will be that the center is as found in the Copernican system. But if one inquires about the arrangement of our solar system in relation to the spheres of influence of the hierarchies, then the earth must be at the center. In this case we use other boundary lines, because the planets are also something entirely different in this regard. They mark out the limits of the realms of the spheres of influence of each spiritual hierarchy. You will now understand the relationship between the spatial distribution of the spheres of influence and what was said earlier about the task and mission of the various hierarchies. The beings closest to the earth, who are active in its immediate vicinity as far as the moon, are the angels. From this realm they guide the lives of individual human beings from incarnation to incarnation. But more is required to distribute the masses of people appropriately, to allot their tasks on earth. A simple reflection will show that here cooperation with the cosmos is necessary. Whether a group of people is endowed with this or that in its character does not depend on earthly, but on the cosmic context. Consider how the conditions of skin and hair in one race is different from those of another race. Cosmic conditions, which must be ordered out of heavenly space, affect these characteristics. That occurs out of a sphere of influence reaching to Mercury. In other words, to the boundary of the influence of the archangels. The guidance of the whole of earthly human evolution is effected from more distant heavenly spaces, extending as far as Venus. When the task of the earth itself needs to be directed and guided, this proceeds from the very center of the whole system. Humanity develops through Saturn, Sun, Moon, Earth, Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan. The powers, or the spirits of form, are the beings of the spiritual hierarchy who direct the mission of humanity from one planet to the next. They must operate from a specially selected position. Their sphere of influence extends as far as the sun. The sun was already a special body when it was next to the ancient moon. The sun is now again in close proximity to the earth. In the future it will be near Jupiter. Its realm of influence extends beyond that of the individual planets. Therefore, the existence of the sun is connected with those spiritual beings whose sphere of influence goes beyond that of individual planets. The sun is an extraordinary heavenly body, toward which each sphere of influence reaches, and whose own sphere of influence reaches beyond those of the individual planets. This is to say that we find the external dwelling place of the hierarchies, their external sphere in space, not so much on the individual planets, as within the orbits, marked out by the planets as if they were boundaries. Imagine an entire sphere surrounding the earth extending to the moon. This space is filled with angelic activity, while the sphere from the earth to Mercury is likewise filled with the workings of the archangels, and so on. Thus we are concerned with spheres in space, and the planets mark the boundaries of these realms of activity of higher beings. We find a continual progression of perfection from humankind outward. As human beings we are chained to the earth, but our eternal part that passes from incarnation to incarnation is guided by beings not bound to the earth, but who traverse the air sphere, and what lies beyond extending to the moon, and so on. Humanity has been developing on earth since primeval times. Earthly human development is similar to the relationship between the small child and the mature adult. The adult teaches the child. The same is true of the hierarchies and the cosmic totality. Human beings bound to the earth can struggle through to the knowledge needed for their necessary destinies on earth only gradually. They must be taught by higher beings. But what must happen for this goal to be achieved? In the early phases of the earth existence, beings not ordinarily bound to the earth had to descend from higher spheres. This actually occurred. Beings who needed only to live in the sphere surrounding the earth descended to impart to humanity what they already knew as older, more perfect members of the hierarchies. They did not have to incarnate into human bodies for their own evolution. They did not need that. Similarly, when adults teach children, they do not spend time with the alphabet for their own progress. It is to teach the child. So we look back at Atlantean and Lemurian times when beings descend out of the sphere around the earth, incarnate into human bodies, and become teachers of humanity. These are beings belonging to the higher hierarchies of Mercury and Venus. Children of Venus and Mercury descended and became the teachers of a youthful humankind. Thus, within this youthful human species, in its early stage of development, there were human beings who represented Maya in their sojourn on earth. Truly such beings existed. Let us suppose, in order to characterize it more clearly, that a normally developed Lemurian human being had met such a being. Outwardly, this being did not appear particularly different from other human beings, but a spirit dwelt in that body, whose realm reached up to Mercury or Venus. Thus the outer appearance of such a human being represented Maya, an illusion. This being looked like other human beings, but was something entirely different, a child of Mercury or Venus. This phenomenon occurred throughout the dawn of human evolution. The children of Mercury and Venus descended and sojourned among human beings, so that they also had in an inner way the character that the Mercury and Venus beings have. These Venus beings are spirits of personality. Such beings wandered on the earth as human beings, who were narrowly limited human personalities externally, but guided humanity through their enormous power. Those were the forceful, guiding relationships of the Lemurian time, when the children of Venus piloted the entire human species. The children of Mercury led portions of humanity, and were as powerful as what we call today the race or folk spirits. Maya, or illusion, is not just in the world generally, but also in relation to human beings. People who stand before us can appear so that their appearance is true, so that what is external corresponds precisely to their souls. Or it could be Maya. Then the person has a task that corresponds to the task of a child of Mercury or Venus. This is what is meant by saying that the leading individuals of ancient times, as they walked the earth with their ordinary names, fundamentally represented Maya. That is what H.P. Blavatsky meant when she indicated that the Buddhas represented a Maya. You can find this expression entitled The Secret Doctrine. Such things are derived from the teachings of the Holy Mysteries. We need only understand them correctly. We must now raise the question, how does it come about that a child of Venus descends to earth? How can a bodhisattva live on earth? the being of a bodhisattva, the being of a child of Mercury or Venus, forms an important chapter in the evolution of our earth in relation to the cosmos itself. Tomorrow, therefore, we shall consider the nature of the children of Mercury and Venus, of the bodhisattvas or dhyana buddhas. The end of Lecture 6. This is a reading of the lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Spiritual Hierarchies and the Physical World. Lecture 7, The Constitution of Spiritual Beings and Humanity, given on April 16th, 1909, in the evening. I would like to begin by making an observation about the end of yesterday's lecture. I noticed that some of you attached a certain amount of importance to the fact that in the blackboard sketch each planet was in line with the Sun, so that a kind of common conjunction was depicted. I want to emphasize that this is of absolutely no importance in relation to what we are considering now, though we shall need such concepts later. Nevertheless, it is important that we do not give ourselves over to erroneous ideas. To repeat, first we drew the Sun according to the Copernican system, then Mercury, esoteric Venus, then Venus, esoteric Mercury, followed by the Earth with its moon, then the orbits of Mars, Jupiter, and finally Saturn. This represents the Copernican cosmic system. Having done this, as I said yesterday, I would now like to place before you the system taught in a school of Zoroaster. You must not think, however, that Zoroaster personally taught it. I am rather talking of elementary truths that were current in the schools of Zoroaster. The constellation of the twins, Gemini, is thus at the top. Then we take those points on the line from Gemini to the Sun, and irrespective of whether there is such a conjunction or not, we connect the Sun with the constellation of the twins. The positions of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars do not matter. The purpose of the sketch is merely to show the orbits. They mark out the boundary of the various hierarchies. Now, to designate the realm of Saturn, we have to imagine the Earth, not the Sun, at the center. To do so, we must draw a circle with the Earth at the center. Actually, it is not really circular, but egg-shaped. We proceed in a similar manner for the other heavenly bodies. These, please discount aspects of secondary importance in this drawing and concentrate on what really matters. The aim here is to illustrate the corresponding figures for the realms of influence of the respective hierarchies. Today we shall consider in greater detail the nature of the members of the higher hierarchies immediately above humanity. The easiest way is to start with the human being, for only by becoming absolutely clear about what has repeatedly been said about the nature of the human being and human development can we rise to an understanding of the nature of the members of the higher hierarchies. We know that human beings, inasmuch as they dwell and have developed on earth, consist essentially of 4 constituent parts. These are the physical, etheric, and astral bodies, and the I, capital. Let us depict these 4 members in a diagram. Let us represent the physical body with a larger circle, the etheric and astral bodies with smaller circles, and finally the I with the smallest circle. You know how human development proceeds. In the course of earthly development, the human being begins to work on the astral body through the I. In general, we can say that to the extent that a human being works upon the astral body with the I, so that this molded part of the astral body has come under the authority of the I, it is called manas, or spirit self. Thus the manas, or spirit self, as has often been emphasized, is not to be regarded as something newly added to the human being. Rather, it is simply the transformed product of the astral body. What I am describing here applies only to the human being. It is important that we don't simply extend generalizations without thinking, but realize that beings in the universe are very different from one another. Therefore, let us now draw the fifth member, the transformed astral body, or manas, as a special circle. It should really be drawn inside the astral body. Above it, we draw the transformed etheric body, because insofar as the etheric body has been transformed, we characterize it as buddhi, or life spirit. When the etheric body has been completely transformed, it is entirely buddhi. Similarly, if we consider the human being in its ultimate perfection, a stage that can be attained by evolution through Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan, the physical body is transformed into Atman. Thus, when human beings in the Vulcan stage have reached the highest goal of perfection, they can be represented diagrammatically as follows: Atman, Buddhi, Manas, I, astral, etheric, and physical bodies. What is most characteristic in this scheme is the fact that the 7 members form a whole, that these 7 principles interpenetrate one another. That is the most important aspect. But this is not the situation when we turn to the members of the next hierarchy, the angels. We can apply this diagram to the human being, but not to any angelic beings. Angels have developed a physical body, an etheric body, and an astral body in such a way that these in certain ways form a totality. But we must draw the I, Manas, Buddhi, and Atman of the angels as separate from the rest of their being. If you want to clarify an angel's nature, you must imagine the higher members, which the angels have and can develop, hovering in the spiritual world above that part existing physically. Actually, the angel has, however, only formed completely the Manas member, Buddhi, and Atman will be developed later. Let me read that again. Actually, the angel has, however, only formed completely the Manas member. Buddhi and Atman will be developed later. An angel, unlike a human being, does not have an accompanying I within an earthly body, nor does an angel develop Manas in the present stage of earthly development. That is why one would hardly think that the part of an angel present in the physical world belongs to a spiritual being. When one meets human beings, it is obvious that they carry their members within them. Everything is differentiated organically. But if you want to find an angel, you must remember that an angel's physical aspect, here, below, is a reflection of the spiritual principles visible only in the supersensible world. You will find the physical bodies of angels in flowing water, in mist rising from evaporating bodies of water, and in the wind and lightning flashing through the air, as well as other occurrences of this kind. One of the first stumbling blocks for the human being is the firm conviction that a physical body must have a definite boundary. As human beings, we find it difficult to say to ourselves, I stand in a rising or falling mist, or before a spraying brook. I am surrounded by the rushing, roaring wind. I see lightning flashing in the clouds. These are the revelations of the angels. I need to see that beyond this physical manifestation, which is not as narrowly defined as the human one, is a manifestation of a spiritual body. As human beings, we develop all of the members of our being as self-enclosed entities. That is why we cannot imagine that a physical body can appear hazy and indistinct, that it may float and hover in the air, that it need not have definitely outlined contours. You must imagine, for example, that 80 angels may have the densest part of their physical nature in one stretch of water. We should not imagine that the physical body of an angel needs to be limited in any way. An angel can belong to a portion of water here, far away is another segment. In short, we see that everything that surrounds us as water, air, and fire on earth must be so conceived as to contain the bodies of beings belonging to the hierarchy immediately above humanity. To behold the I and Manas of angelic beings, however, we need clairvoyant sight in the astral world. Angelic beings look down upon us from higher worlds. To find them, we must investigate the realm of the solar system that extends as far as the orbit of the moon. Matters are relatively simple with regard to angels. If, for example, we have the physical body of an angel down here in a sheet of water or something similar, and if we investigate this portion of water or gust of wind clairvoyantly, we discover within it an etheric body and an astral body. That is why we have drawn these three members, so that they are connected with one another. Of course, what we find in rushing wind, in flowing or evaporating waters, is not just the material image seen by common perception. The etheric and astral bodies of angelic beings dwell in everything belonging to water, air, and fire in the most varied ways. But if you wish to find the soul spiritual nature of these angels' being, you must investigate the astral realm clairvoyantly. If we wish to consider the archangels in the same way, the process is again different. Their astral body, as we have drawn it here, is not connected in any way with the physical and etheric bodies. We must draw their lowest member as the physical and etheric bodies. These are separate from the principles that dwell above in higher worlds. To get a complete picture of the archangels, we must look in two places. Their being is not like that of a human, where everything is united into one being. An archangel has a spiritual part above and a reflection of the spiritual down below. A physical body and an etheric body can be united only if the physical body consists of air and fire. For example, you could not sense an archangel's physical body in rushing, roaring water. You could only perceive it in wind and fire. And you would have to look for the archangel's spiritual counterpart, which is manifest in the rushing wind and fire, clairvoyantly in the spiritual world. That part is not even united with the physical etheric body. We now come to the beings we designate as Hierarchies, or primal beginnings, primal powers, or spirits of personality. Here below we can draw only the physical body. All the rest is above, in the spiritual world. Such a physical body can live only in fire. The physical bodies of the Hierarchies can be perceived only in flames of fire. When we see the flashing fire of lightning, we can say that there we have something of the body of the Hierarchies, but above, in the spiritual world, we can find clairvoyantly the spiritual counterpart, that in this case is separate from the physical body. Indeed, the clairvoyant faculty can investigate the Hierarchies with comparative ease. These spirits of personality dwell in a realm extending to the astronomical Mercury, esoteric Venus. Let us assume that someone has developed the capacity to observe what develops up there in the sphere of Mercury. Such a person could then behold the highly developed beings known as spirits of personality, the Hierarchies. Suppose this person gazes clairvoyantly up to Venus to observe the gathering of the spirits of personality, and then turns to the lightning flashing through the clouds. The person would see in the lightning the reflection of the spirits of personality, because the lightning contains their physical bodies. Next we reach the more exalted spiritual beings, who extend their influence to the orbit of the sun. These powers, or exousiae, will concern us less today. It should only be pointed out that the Hierarchies act through the instrument of Venus and Mercury beings, that is, through Venus beings who have their physical bodies in fire, and Mercury beings who have their physical bodies in fire and wind. You must imagine that as the lower organs of their influence, the beings who dwell in the sun make use of Venus spirits in flaming fire and of Mercury spirits in roaring wind. Quote, "And God makes the flames of fire into his servants, and the winds into his messengers." Unquote. Footnote Psalm 104, verse 4. End of footnote. Sayings like this one in the Bible can be found in ancient religious documents. They are taken from spiritual facts and correspond to what can be observed with clairvoyant perception. We have thus seen that the three hierarchies immediately above us are closely connected with our own existence. Human beings are the beings they are because in some measure they partake of the solidity of the earth. This separates us from all other beings. It makes a human being into a self-contained entity composed of separate members. On the moon, a human being will still, on Old Moon, a human being was still a being like others. There the human being went through transformations that were very much like water masses in a constant state of flux. It was on the earth that, for the first time, so to speak, human beings were caught in their skins. They became self-contained beings consisting of a physical, etheric, and an astral body and an I. This occurred only comparatively recently. If we go back to Atlantean time, we find in the first epoch of that time human beings who did not experience their I fully within themselves. They were still waiting to receive their I into themselves. If we were to go back still further in earthly development, we find human beings who, we may say, consisted initially only of physical, etheric, and astral bodies. If we go back to Lemurian times, we find that a human being has no more of a physical, etheric, and astral body on earth than the angels have. From this point on, with the growth of the I, from the Lemurian through the Atlantean epoch, the union of the different members begins. In Lemurian times there were human beings on earth who consisted of only physical, etheric, and astral bodies. These were not human beings in the present sense of the word, beings who could think and develop humanly as we understand it today. Then something remarkable happened on our earth. The human beings, who in Lemurian times sojourned on earth and had only physical, etheric, and astral bodies, couldn't help themselves. They could not manage their earthly existence and didn't know what they should do on earth. Heavenly beings, inhabitants of Venus, now came down to those who lived on earth, and because the inhabitants of Venus had an affinity with the physical body, they could radiate into and inspire the physical body of the first earth dwellers. Thus we have some of Lemurian humanity who went among the masses of human beings in a very remarkable way. They had a physical body different from the others. The physical body of such an exceptionally endowed human being was not ordinary, but was permeated, ensouled by a Venus spirit, a spirit of personality. Consequently, human beings who moved about in ancient Lemurian times, having a Venus spirit within the physical body, had a powerful impact on their entire surroundings. Outwardly, such Lemurians could not be distinguished fundamentally from their contemporaries, but because a spirit of personality was active in their physical bodies, these specially chosen individuals exerted a subtle yet powerful influence in the highest sense on their surroundings. They were objects of reverence, of awe, of obedience, unlike anything anywhere today. All of the migrations undertaken to populate the various regions of the earth were led by beings permeated with the spirits of personality. Speech was unnecessary. There was no speech then, and no signs were necessary. The presence of such a personality was sufficient. If it was considered expedient to lead great masses of humanity from one place to another, the masses of humankind followed without reflecting upon it. Reflection was also non-existent then, and developed only later. Thus in ancient Lemurian times, the spirits of personality came down to earth as Venus spirits. These Venus messengers, who had taken on human countenances on earth, such countenances possible then, were of special significance for the whole structure of the universe. Cosmically, they reached as far as Venus, and their activities were of significance for the entire interrelatedness of the cosmic system. They could lead humanity from one place to another, because they knew the broader context that can be understood when one is acquainted not just with the earth itself, but also with its cosmic quote-unquote neighborhood. Human evolution continued, and it became necessary for archangels, Mercury spirits, to intervene in this development. It was now their turn to ensoul and enliven what could be found below on earth. This occurred mainly during the Atlantean period. Archangels, spiritual beings from Mercury, descended, beings who could ensoul and spiritualize the physical and etheric bodies of certain human beings. So we also find human beings among the Atlanteans, who could not really be distinguished outwardly from others, but who were in their physical and etheric bodies ensouled by an archangel. Now, if you recall that yesterday it was said that archangels have the task of directing whole peoples, you will understand that individuals who carried an archangelic being within them could give to the whole Atlantean race of people the appropriate laws as inscribed in the heavenly world. When it was necessary to act more generally, the great leaders of ancient Lemurian times were ensouled by Venus spirits. Those whose task it was, in Atlantean times, to direct smaller segments of humanity, the various peoples of the earth, were ensouled by archangels. The priest-kings of Atlantean times were really a Maya. They were not what they appeared to be outwardly. An archangel dwelled in their physical and etheric bodies, and this was the actual acting agent. We can go back into ancient Atlantean times and search for the hidden centers of these leaders of humanity. They worked from hidden places where they investigated the mysteries of the universe. Although the word originated later, we may call what was investigated and ordered from those ancient Atlantean mystery centers oracles. The term oracle is very appropriate for the teaching and governing centers of Atlantean humanity, which the archangels carried within themselves. From these centers, great teachers carried out their work, so that they could draw other human beings to them and could train them to become servants and priests in the oracles. It is important to know that in Atlantean times human beings existed who were actually archangels, that is, in whose physical and etheric bodies an archangel was embodied. Clairvoyantly, one would have seen the physical body of such a being, and behind him a gigantic figure rising above and losing itself in indefinite regions, the inspiring archangel. Such a personality was a twofold being, as if behind the physical human being, arising out of the indeterminate, there were the archangel who inspired the person. At the end of such a being, the physical body was destroyed according to Atlantean practice. The physical body which had been inspired by the archangel dissolved, but the etheric body did not dissolve. There is a spiritual economy that requires exceptions to what must generally be represented as spiritual scientific truth. We usually say, and in general it is correct, that when someone dies, the physical body is laid aside, and after a certain time the etheric body is likewise laid aside. Apart from an extract that remains, the etheric body dissolves. This, however, is only generally the case. There is an enormous difference between the etheric body of an initiate of the Atlantean oracles, which was permeated by an archangel, and an ordinary etheric body. Such a valuable etheric body is not lost. It is preserved in the spiritual world. The 7 most important etheric bodies of the 7 great founders of the oracles were preserved by the mightiest leader of the Atlantean oracles. These etheric bodies had been woven through by archangelic beings who at death had naturally returned to higher worlds. Something was preserved, not in boxes, of course, but according to spiritual laws. The Atlantean initiate of the Sun Oracle is none other than the one, often referred to as Manu, who led the remainder of the Atlantean population over to Asia in order to establish the post-Atlantean cultures there. He took a handful of people with him and led them across to Asia. Through generations he cultivated people, and when the qualified 7 had been produced and called to serve, he wove into their etheric bodies the 7 etheric bodies that had been permeated by archangels and preserved on ancient Atlantis. The 7 sent down by the powerful leader to found the first post-Atlantean culture were the 7 holy Rishis of ancient Indian culture. They bore within their sheaths the etheric bodies of the great Atlantean leaders, who, in turn, had received them from archangels themselves. Thus past, present, and future worked together. You would have found the 7 holy Rishis to have been simple people, for their astral bodies and eyes had not reached the development of their etheric bodies. In the etheric body was woven their real capacity. Thus they had certain times when inspiration worked in their etheric bodies. Then they said things that they could not have said out of themselves. What had been inspired through their etheric bodies flowed from their lips. They were simple people, even by their own estimation. However, when they were inspired and their etheric body was active, they revealed the profoundest mysteries of our solar system and the whole universe. Even in post-Atlantean times, human beings had not advanced sufficiently to dispense with ensoulment from above. We have seen that this ensoulment took place in Lemurian times because a spirit of personality permeated the physical body. During the Atlantean period, physical and etheric bodies were ensouled by archangelic beings, while in post-Atlantean times the great leaders of humanity were ensouled by angelic beings who had descended into their physical, etheric, and astral bodies. The mighty leaders of the first post-Atlantean periods had not just human physical, etheric, and astral bodies. Each leader was permeated by an angel. This enabled the leaders to look back into their former incarnations. The ordinary person is not able to do so, because he has not yet developed his manas. He must first become an angel. These leaders, born of ordinary people, embodied in their physical, etheric, and astral bodies an angelic being who ensouled and penetrated them. That was again Maya, for they were something very different from what they appeared to represent on earth. The principal leaders of humanity in ancient times were quite different from what they appeared to be. They were personalities in whom dwelt an angel, who inspired them with what they needed to be the teachers and leaders of humankind. The great founders of religion and religious leaders were persons possessed by angelic beings. Angels spoke through them. Things in the world may be described as existing in a state of absolute regularity. Nevertheless, the stages of development are constantly overlapping. What is described as a process of complete regularity does not actually function with complete regularity. What has been said is mainly valid, namely, in Lemurian times, spirits of personality spoke through human beings, in Atlantean times, archangels, and in post-Atlantean periods, angels. But even in post-Atlantean times we still find human beings whose physical bodies are permeated by spirits of personality, and although they live in post-Atlantean times, they are in the same position as those beings in Lemurian times through whom spirits of personality spoke. There can be human beings in the post-Atlantean era, therefore, who carry entirely the characteristics of the rest of the population, but who, because humankind also needs such great leaders, still carry within them one of the spirits of personality, and are the outward embodiment of such a spirit. Furthermore, in post-Atlantean periods, there were those who bore an archangel, a Mercury spirit, in their physical and etheric bodies. Finally, there was a third category of human beings who were ensouled and inspired by angelic beings in their physical, etheric, and astral bodies. They were in fact human beings through whom angels spoke. According to traditions of the East, such personalities among human beings received special names. Thus those who outwardly appeared like human beings of the post-Atlantean period, though they bore a spirit of personality in their nature, were ensouled all the way into the physical body by such a spirit, were known in the teachings of the East as dhyana Buddhas, a general term for human individuals who are ensouled, even into the physical body, by a spirit of personality. Personalities ensouled down to the etheric body by an archangel in post-Atlantean times are known as bodhisattvas. Those individuals whose physical, etheric, and astral bodies are ensouled by an angel are called human Buddhas. Thus we have 3 degrees: the dhyana Buddhas, the bodhisattvas, and the human Buddhas. That is the true teaching of the Buddhas, relating to the various categories of Buddhahood. We have to consider this in connection with the manner in which the hierarchies manifest themselves. What we encounter is remarkable when we look back at earlier undeveloped humanity. Among these human beings, we find some through whom the mighty hierarchies of the cosmos came to speak to the planets. The spirits of the higher hierarchies at work even before the creation of our earth gradually emancipated planetary human beings according to the degree of their maturity. Here we gaze into profound depths of wisdom. It is extraordinarily important that we discover how primeval universal wisdom was taught to humanity in ancient times. You will hear about the Buddhas. The East teaches of not just one, but many Buddhas, among whom several degrees of perfection are represented. You should keep in mind that a Buddha sojourned on the earth, but behind the Buddha, so to speak, came a bodhisattva and even a dhyana Buddha. It could also occur in a particular instance that the dhyana Buddha and the bodhisattva did not penetrate deeply enough to ensoul the physical body. The bodhisattva may only have ensouled the etheric body, so that we can imagine a being who could not penetrate deeply enough to ensoul and inspire the physical body, but only the etheric body. A higher being, such as a bodhisattva, who was physically invisible, since he appeared only in an etheric body, could inspire the human Buddha in a special way. So we might have a human Buddha inspired by an angelic being who could still receive the inspiration of an archangel into the etheric body. Here we gaze into the profound complexities of the human being, and this is very important. Some individuals of former ages can be understood only when we realize that they represent focal points for a number of beings who work and express themselves through humanity. For indeed, many periods do not possess enough great people who can be inspired by the spirits who have to be active. It is therefore often the case that various beings of the higher hierarchies have only a single person on earth to ensoul. Sometimes, besides the inhabitants of Mercury, we have those of Mercury and Venus combined, who speak to us through one person. Such concepts help us understand human evolution. We learn to recognize the true nature of the personalities, who, when we meet them in their physical form, merely represent Maya. Tomorrow we shall concern ourselves with the origin of the various physical planets, which until now we have considered only as boundary marks. We shall gain an understanding of them as the dwelling places of spiritual beings. The end of Lecture 7. This is a reading of the lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner, entitled The Spiritual Hierarchies in the Physical World. This is Lecture 8, entitled The Spiritual Hierarchies, the Zodiac, and the Human Being, given on April 17, 1909, in the evening. In our presentation of higher beings and their relation to our universe and solar system, we come today to the chapter that will be the most suspect to our contemporaries, who receive their view of the world and their circumstances from ordinary popular scientific knowledge, because here we must touch on matters absolutely unimaginable to the modern scientist. It is not a matter of contradiction. Anyone firmly grounded in occultism can survey the facts of modern science from this vantage point. You will not find any contradictions between what has been said here and facts of modern science. It is just that the harmony between the two is not easily established. but if you always have the patience to press forward, you will gradually see how individual facts unite to form the whole. Perhaps I should also mention that some of what has been dealt with in these lectures has been considered from a different standpoint in the lecture cycles held in Stuttgart and Leipzig. Footnote, first one was Universe, Earth and Man. That's 11 lectures given in Stuttgart, August 4th to the 16th, 1908. And the other cycle he's mentioning is Egyptian Myths and Mysteries, 12 lectures given in Leipzig, September 2nd to the 14th, 1908. End of footnote. If you take them superficially, you can find some contradictions between this or that assertion. This is only because it is not my task in my lectures to speak about speculative theories, but about facts gained through clairvoyant consciousness, which appear differently when viewed from various aspects. To use a comparison, the picture of a tree drawn from one side will look very different when drawn from another, and yet it is one and the same tree. The same is true of descriptions of spiritual facts when illuminated from different sides. Certainly, taking a few particular ideas as a starting point, it is easy to set up an abstract system. But we are working from the bottom up. The crowning achievement of this approach will be an harmonious unity of the whole. Above all, we must consider each assertion as to what sense and from which standpoint an assertion is made. For example, a popular scientific work states that air or gas on Jupiter must be as thick as tar or honey. From the viewpoint of spiritual science, it could be said that this is a grotesque notion, and the way I chose to express this emphasized the grotesqueness of the matter. Yet from the modern scientific side, one could argue, quote, "Don't you know that modern physics can produce liquid air as thick as honey or tar?" Unquote. Although this is a self-evident scientific fact, it is irrelevant to our considerations. What science calls air can be densified to such an extent, there is no doubt about that. But from the viewpoint of spiritual science, this is as valid as saying water can be turned into something as hard as stone, namely ice. Indeed, ice is water, but this is not the point. What matters is whether we learn to consider things in their various functions in a living way, or in the dead manner of modern science. It is obvious that ice is water, but what would be the response of someone who is used to driving a mill with water if advised to use ice instead of water? The abstract concept that ice is water is irrelevant. What matters is that we come to understand the universe in its dynamic activity. This requires perspectives very different from abstract notions of a purely material metamorphosis related to density. We could no more breathe air as thick as honey or tar than drive a water mill with ice. This distinction is important for spiritual scientific observation, for we do not observe orbs in the universe as they are typically regarded today, namely as some material lumps of a particular size that move around in cosmic space, which modern astronomical mythology views as simply material orbs. We observe them in their living soul spiritual state. That is, we observe them in their entirety. Thus we must consider within this totality what we call, in a spiritual scientific sense, the creation of the individual bodies of the universe. For our first example of the creation of a cosmic body, let us take ancient Saturn, from which we know our evolution proceeded. To begin with, ancient Saturn was as large as our whole present solar system. What one calls old Saturn, in its beginning stage, was about as large as our solar system. But we should not simply imagine it as a material globe. You will remember that on ancient Saturn nothing existed yet of what we have today as the three physical states, solid, fluid, and gaseous. There was only warmth or fire. Let us represent this primeval globe of warmth by a circle. You will remember, we said, that at the point where the primeval globe of Saturn develops into the sun globe, those beings who form the zodiac appear surrounding the sun globe. I indicated, however, that the zodiac already surrounded ancient Saturn, though not as compactly as during the evolutionary stage of the old sun. Around ancient Saturn, therefore, we must picture the activity of thrones, cherubim, and seraphim, who spiritually represent the zodiac. The outer circle in the diagram represents the zodiac spiritually. You might ask, how does this agree with the modern view of the zodiac? It agrees completely with it, as we will demonstrate in the final lectures. You should picture the situation as follows. Imagine placing yourself at a particular point on the Saturn globe. If you now raise your hand and point upward with your finger above this spot on Saturn, you will find the region of certain thrones, cherubim, and seraphim. If you move from there and indicate the area beyond, you will point out another region of thrones, cherubim, and seraphim, because groups of these three beings form a circle around ancient Saturn. Suppose you then wanted to point in the direction of certain thrones, cherubim, and seraphim. Remember, these beings are by no means the same, like a group of 12 identical soldiers. They differ considerably from one another. Each bears its individual stamp, so that depending on where one's attention is directed, one sees quite different beings. So, to point out a particular group of thrones, cherubim, and seraphim, one denotes them as a particular constellation. The constellations are like signposts. In one direction, over there, are the thrones, cherubim, and seraphim known as Gemini, the twins. Over there, Leo, the lion, and so on. They are, so to speak, guideposts that indicate the direction where particular beings may be found. So we conceive of the constellations as guideposts or boundaries between these regions of beings. The constellations of the zodiac are more than mere signposts, but we must make it clear that as a first stage, when we speak of the zodiac, we are referring to spiritual beings. The thrones are the first to exert their activity on the fiery form that we call ancient Saturn. They have reached a stage of development that enables them to pour forth their own substance. They cause their own warmth substance to seep into the mass of Saturn. That is how, as I have described, a series of quote-unquote eggs, perhaps a strange word to use, yet they have this form, appear all around this structure. You might ask about the substance as such. Did a warmth substance already exist? What existed before can only be described as a neutral cosmic fire that was fundamentally one with universal space. In other words, to begin with, there was only space. This was marked out, so to speak, and now the warmth substance of ancient Saturn was made to trickle onto the surface. As soon as the warmth substance was poured into ancient Saturn, spiritual beings became active from two sides. We have mentioned previously that here in the inner part of the Saturn space we find the powers or spirits of form, the spirits of movement or mights, and the dominions or spirits of wisdom. The powers, mights, and dominions are active from within. The cherubim, seraphim, and thrones work from outside. And as a result, a cooperation occurs between the beings working from the outside and those active within. In the first lecture, we said that one can distinguish inner soul fire, experienced inwardly as inner warmth and well-being, and outwardly perceptible fire. Between these two is a neutral warmth contained in the egg-shaped forms. Spread above them is soul warmth, as if streaming in from outside, but also holding itself back slightly. It is as if radiating soul warmth were held back because of the neutral fire within. The perceptible warmth is pushed back from within. Thus, what was previously delineated as a warmth egg is enclosed by two currents, namely an outer stream of soul warmth and an inner stream of warmth that would have been perceptible to the outer senses. Only the inner part, therefore, is composed of physically perceptible heat. Now, because of the working together of the outer and inner warmth, the Saturn eggs begin to rotate. Each single egg inscribes a full circle and comes in turn under the influence of the various thrones, seraphim, and cherubim situated at the periphery. Then something strange occurs. On its journey, this egg finally arrives again at the point where it came into being originally. Parenthesis, I am describing these facts according to spiritual scientific observation. End parenthesis. When it reaches this point, it becomes stationary. It cannot go further and comes to a halt. Every egg is created at a particular point, travels around the circle, and is stopped at the point where it originated. This creation of eggs lasts only for a specific period of time. After this, no further warmth eggs come into existence. When all of these eggs have arrived and are stopped at one particular point, they fall on top of each other, forming a single egg. Thus, at their point of origin, the eggs halt and come to rest. Naturally, from this moment, after which no new eggs are formed, the eggs all gather together and cover themselves. A globe is thus created on the circumference, but naturally only over the course of time. This globe consists of the densest part of the fire substance, called Saturn in the narrower sense of the word, for it occupies the position of our present planet Saturn. As previous stages are in a certain sense repeated, so were whole processes repeated at the origin of our Earth. Our present Saturn came about in a similar way. It, too, was held back at a particular point. But because things shift for various reasons, it was not held back at the same point as in the case of ancient Saturn. However, the process of origin is the same. In this way, as a result of the working together of all the cosmic powers belonging to the hierarchies, a small Saturn globe is born out of the mighty, voluminous, original Saturn. Let us consider more closely the moment on ancient Saturn when all the globes came to a standstill. The sages of primeval wisdom spoke of this moment as follows. The first foundation of the human physical body was formed on ancient Saturn. This earliest foundation was formed only out of warmth, but within this warmth body all future organs were already present in seed form. At that point, where the initial movement again comes to rest, the seed is created for that organ in the human body which, when the body is later set in motion, also ensures that all the functions of the physical body may be brought to rest again, that is, the heart. Here, from the first impulsive movement, the germ of the heart appears, but it only comes into existence in its first manifestation, so that the movement will again be brought to rest at this point. Thus the heart becomes that organ through which the entire physical body in all of its functions is brought to rest when the heart itself stops beating. In ancient languages, each member of the human body was identified with a very precise name. The heart was called the lion in the body. Thus the primeval world wisdom asked, quote, in which zodiacal direction must one point to find the region where the first seed of the human heart was planted? Unquote. They pointed upward and designated the thrones, seraphim and cherubim who worked on the heart, the zone of the lion. The human being projected elements of the body into the cosmos, and the region of the body one is used to identifying as the inner manifestation of the lion was also identified outwardly as the region of the lion in the zodiac. This is how such matters relate to one another. All the other aspects of the human being were also formed through the zodiac. The heart was formed out of the region of the lion. The rib cage, which is near the heart and must exist for its protection, is referred to in the human body as the breastplate. Naturally, it must have been formed in the region next to and preceding the lion, that is, before the completion of the heart. Another name for breastplate was assigned, and the descriptive element was sought in an animal, which by nature also has such armor, the crab. The breastplate that appears in the zodiac is called Cancer, because the crab embodies a natural protective shield. Hence this region was called Cancer, and is to one side of the lion. The other regions of the zodiac were named according to the same principle. Indeed, the names of the various regions of the zodiac arise as a result of the human form being projected outward into the cosmos. It is not always easy to discover the original intention from the frequently distorted or misrepresented names, as you can see in an example such as Cancer. In several instances, the name has not been handed down correctly, and so one has to go back to the source to obtain a clear picture. For the moment, we shall not consider how Saturn disappears, how it is dissolved again. We want to discuss how evolution proceeds after a pralaya runs out. A new evolution begins. The first phase that occurs is exactly the same as what previously occurred on Saturn. After this, all of Saturn existence repeats itself. A second formation begins again from the center point. We come now to the next stage of evolution, which we usually designate as the development of Old Sun. Just as previously the thrones sacrificed themselves, we now have the sacrifice of another rank of the spiritual hierarchies, the dominions or spirits of wisdom. The thrones are mightier beings. They were able to trickle forth physical and warmth substantiality, were able out of their own bodies to bring forth the substance of Saturn as we have described. The dominions or spirits of wisdom are able to sacrifice only an etheric body, which is thinner. The human being already possessed the foundations of a physical body. To this, the dominions or spirits of wisdom now added an etheric body. This happened in a second circumference, as it were. I draw here a second circumference. This represents the original size of the old sun, shrunk in comparison to the former larger circumference. In this process of contracting, it has also become more dense. As a result, the possibility arises that inside the old sun there is not only warmth substance, but densified warmth substance, a gaseous, airy substance. Now, out of the periphery, the beings previously mentioned, the thrones, together with the dominions, begin to work, and within the circumference of the sun, only the powers and the mights, or the spirits of form and the spirits of movement, remain. The other beings work from the periphery inward. The following now occurs in a way similar to what occurred on ancient Saturn. Certain currents form, which were created by the spirits at the periphery, the thrones, and now work in cooperation with the dominions. As a result, these currents are somewhat denser than those the thrones alone had earlier activated. Inside, this mass contracts, and one globe of mist after another is produced between the activity of the two currents. This globe is different from the Saturn globe, in that Saturn, with all its beings, was composed only of warmth substance, and everything, so to speak, was astir in the space around it. But this globe is permeated by ether, an etheric bodily substance. Although the globe is only as dense as gas, it is interpenetrated by an ether body. As a result, the whole globe is a living being. It is inwardly alive. Saturn was an inwardly dynamic being, full of mobility until it was brought to a standstill by the lion. But this globe that we can call Jupiter is inwardly alive. Parenthesis, we can call it Jupiter because the planet Jupiter, as seen in the heavens, is a repetition of a part that split off from the old sun. Parenthesis. Thus we have the old sun. The globes around it are circling living globes, grand living beings. Instead of Leo, you must now think of another region of the zodiac, the region of the eagle, where these globes were originally created. In this region lies the original impulse that led to the creation of the sun globe, this living being in cosmic space. When this living globe has completed its journey along the entire circumference, it returns to the region of the eagle. But now something different happens. Whereas before each globe was infused at this point with life, it is now killed on its return by the same influence that originally called it to life. One globe after another is slain. When all have been killed and no further globes come into being, the existence of the old sun comes to an end. Life consists here of the creation of new globes. When they return to this place, they are killed by cosmic forces. The sting of death inflicted by the cosmos on the life of the old sun was experienced as the quote, sting of the scorpion, unquote. So, because that region inflicts death, it is called the region of Scorpio. The scorpion. At this position may be seen the constellation of the eagle, which brings dead matter to life, and the constellation that sends forth the forces of death, Scorpio. The forces in the zodiac that brought to rest primordial life in the physical organization of the human being are in the region of the lion. The forces that have the capacity to destroy life as such are in the region of Scorpio. It remains for us to become acquainted with the context of conditions today, which are, of course, differently constituted, but can only happen gradually. A thick veil or maya has been drawn over the original conditions. Let us proceed. We don't need to consider the next set of circumstances in such a thorough way, because the significance of these relationships and the entire process appears before us. The following, however, must be remembered. Basically, what kind of body is Saturn? It is a warmth body. When you look at Saturn, you would be very wrong if you assumed Saturn to be a body that can be compared with other planets, such as Jupiter or Mars. What exists there is actually no more than an expanse of warmth. You only see it as you do because you can look at it through an expanse of light. You glimpse it through illuminated space. Visualize how an unilluminated object appears when seen through a light-filled space. It would appear bluish. You can observe this in the flame of a candle. The flame appears blue in the middle and is surrounded by a kind of radiance. If you look at darkness through illuminated space, it always appears blue. I am very aware that I am in danger of talking nonsense according to the modern mechanistic school of optics. The fact is, this nonsense is correct. Modern physics does not know why the expanse of the heavens looks blue. It appears blue to you because it is, in fact, dark, black, and you see it through an illuminated space. Darkness seen through the light appears blue. That is why Saturn, when you observe it, also appears as a somewhat bluish cosmic body. Everything said here agrees with the facts of science, but not with the fanciful theories that have been contrived around them. It would lead too far astray if I explained to you, along the same lines, the cause of the rings of Saturn, because with each Saturn one is concerned. Let me read that again. It would lead too far astray if I explained to you, along the same lines, the cause of the rings of Saturn, because with each Saturn one is concerned with 3 layers of warmth: a neutral layer, a layer of soul warmth, and a physically perceptible warmth. When looking at these various layers through an illuminated space, the illusion of a gaseous globe arises, surrounded by a kind of dust ring. We are simply experiencing an optical phenomenon. Saturn is still today a heavenly body consisting only of warmth substance. These things can, of course, be said only in a context such as the current one. Otherwise one could not understand them. Each Saturn must be addressed while recognizing that it is composed in essence of warmth substance. Everything regarding this Saturn is explained in this context. Every Jupiter, which is nothing more than a stage of solar existence, is a formation composed mainly of gas and warmth. So it is with today's Jupiter, which is a repetition of ancient Jupiter. Of course, the relationships within space and concerning movement change somewhat. The present Jupiter is not at exactly the same position it was earlier, but basically it is. Let us now proceed and elucidate the Mars phenomenon in the same way. Mars originated as a result of the cooling of a gigantic globe into the fluid state, until it finally separated from the general misty, watery mass into a compressed globe of water. Again, this occurred because the watery globes that arose at the periphery were held back at a particular point. Just as the lion halted movement on Saturn, and Scorpio brought about death on Jupiter, so on Mars the watery globes are brought to rest. To be sure, the details about Mars are somewhat different than those of Jupiter and Saturn. Mars today is a repetition of Old Moon. The Old Moon reached as far as the present position of Mars. Mars is the other piece of old moon. One piece is the present moon, which is dross. The living remnant, which represents the other pole, remained with the present Mars in the course of the repetition. In this sense, Mars is the third condition of our planetary evolution, and it corresponds to the stage of old moon. Mars is essentially a water body. During the period of the old moon, or old Mars if you prefer, human beings received their astral body, or in other words, the first form of consciousness. The human body at that time consisted of a watery Mars or moon substance. Just as the human body today is composed of earthly substances, so the human body at that time consisted of fire, air, and water. According to the densest substance they contained, human beings of that time could be termed water beings. The human being became a water being above all because the astral body had been implanted into the being. This human being was not yet an I being. It was a human being endowed with an astral body. This occurred after an impulse was given at a particular point, moved around the course of the circle, and came back to the same point from which it first set forth. This point became the region in the zodiac known as the Waterman, Aquarius. Here the significance of the zodiacal sign of Waterman can be found, for there humankind received consciousness on the old moon, or old Mars, after having completed a single circuit. We come now to the Earth, which represents the fourth stage of development. The three earlier stages are repeated. Saturn is formed, Sun is formed, and leaves Jupiter behind, which is a repetition of the Sun. Moon is formed, and leaves Mars behind, and finally the Earth emerges, as I have described it, severed from the Sun, with the part that's separated as lunar dross. You know that the I capital first began in the time of ancient Lemuria, when the present moon separated from Earth. That could happen only because once again an impulse came from the periphery that resulted in the completion of one rotation. Sufficient maturity had now been attained in order to receive the first beginnings of the I. This happened during ancient Lemuria. For this we point to the position in the zodiac referred to today as the bull, Taurus. When this designation was created, humankind could still experience the reality of this name very clearly and concretely. In its most essential manifestation, the name originated in the secret doctrine of the Egyptians and Chaldeans. We can find its origins there, and a consciousness of the correct meaning of the word only exists today within the true mystery teachings. The very first stirring or tendency toward the I am is expressed in speech, in sound. All sound formation is connected in a certain way with the forces of procreation. This should not be touched on here, but it is familiar to every occultist. The breaking of the voice at puberty, for example, is connected in a definite way with the powers of propagation. There is a hidden relationship between them. Everything related to this human capacity and activity was summed up by ancient consciousness as the bull nature of the human being. From that capacity arose the name of this particular zodiacal sign, which has the same meaning for the Earth that the lion has for Saturn, that Scorpio has for Jupiter, and that the Waterman has for Mars. As the Egyptian period approached, so too came the third post-Atlantean culture. First came the ancient Indian, the second was the ancient Persian, and the third was the Egyptian cultural epoch. These periods of civilization represent stages of repetition of the development of the Earth as a whole. The Lemurian era was the third period of the Earth's development. Egyptian mystery teaching repeats, therefore, essentially a spiritual reflection of what occurred in Lemurian times. What happened in Lemurian times was best known to the priests of the Egyptian mysteries, for these occurrences were reflected in the particular culture of Egypt. That is why Egyptian civilization felt a particular kinship with the constellation of the bull and with the cult of the bull in general. So, now you will understand that it is by no means easy to describe the real processes that led to the origin of our heavenly bodies and what occurred in relation to them. How does a heavenly body originate? Our Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and so on originated thus. First sheaths formed themselves. One after the other was destroyed in turn, and when the process of calling into life concluded, then the global formations that had previously shaped the sheaths coalesced to form a single creation of circumference. Celestial bodies such as Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars came about because originally a type of sheath existed. The heavenly bodies densified into a creation in that one globe was laid on top of another, so as to become visible in cosmic space. Here you have nothing of a mechanical process or the dreary theories of Kant Laplace. Rather here you have a living picture of how, as a result of the spiritual workings of the hierarchies, heavenly bodies such as Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars originated. The end of Lecture 8. This is a reading of the lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Spiritual Hierarchies and the Physical World. This is Lecture 9, entitled Evolution in the Cosmic Human Body, given on April 18, 1909, in the morning. Questions naturally arise following a talk like the one given yesterday. Also, if it is the first time one has heard such a presentation of broad cosmic truths, some things may not be understood. I emphasized yesterday, and I ask you always to remember, that what I am describing here is not based on speculation or theory. It arises out of the real facts we call the Akashic Chronicle. Such facts can be put together into a kind of system only later. A question that might have arisen for some people should be anticipated here today. What is the status of the finished planets? Yesterday, from a certain perspective, we described the genesis of a planet to the point when it becomes an individual visible planet. But now someone might say, yes, but were the planets we see in the heavens not in existence before the moment described yesterday? The answer is, no, they were not. We must be clear about the following. When the moment I spoke of yesterday was reached, a new epoch began. Assume, for example, that we want to describe the origin of a planet, not as it occurred at the time of ancient Saturn, when only Saturn existed, but as it occurred at the creation of the Earth. First, we have the repetition of the Saturn stage of development. Then the stages of the Sun and Moon are repeated. The development of the Earth, likewise, begins with the formation of a tremendous warmth or fire body, just as I described concerning Saturn. Now the time came when, at a certain moment, under the influences of the zodiacal region of the lion, this great revolving globe of fire divided itself off. That is, this single Saturn, what we call Saturn today, reached its peak at the moment of its separation. Thus the individual planet came into being. You should not imagine, however, that the calming influences exerted through the lion stopped Saturn's motion completely. Saturn became a being that absorbed everything previously distributed in its periphery. This occurred through the influences of the lion. But now the large globe from which Saturn severed itself contracted, yet continued to exist as a smaller globe. Although the whole structure withdrew inwardly, Saturn nonetheless preserved some of its original motion. This was after a calming influence had been exerted and Saturn's movements inwardly came to rest. Previously it had used its own momentum, because by necessity, so to speak, it had to keep moving as if swimming within the globe. Now that the globe had been withdrawn from it, however, a self-impelled motion continued, even though the inner movement had been broken. This self-impelled capacity to move after the first impetus was given is the current motion, the current rotation of Saturn. A similar process occurred in the case of Jupiter, for as the Earth began to form, what has been described had already happened. Differentiation took place in the globe, which had begun to contract inwardly. Under the sign of Scorpio, the slaying of the individual globes occurred. These globes interpenetrated one another, and as a result each began its own inner life. After Jupiter, as a mighty life being, had, as it were, been slain. Let me read that again. After Jupiter, as a mighty life being, had, as it were, been slain, the life of the several beings on the planet began. As the globe contracted again, Jupiter, finding within itself the impetus to do so, continued to move independently. What we observe as the present motion of Saturn, Jupiter, and so forth, is a consequence. It began as the formative process I described yesterday was being concluded. Another difficulty appears to have arisen because I referred to Jupiter as the second planet and Mars as the third to detach themselves, whereas, chronologically, I mentioned first a Saturn stage of evolution, followed by Sun and Moon evolutions. This is totally justified. Our current planets arose during the recapitulation that occurred during the fourth stage of evolution, that is, during the development of the Earth. In the beginning, when Saturn was formed, only Saturn actually existed. When the Sun stage of development occurred, conditions in this second body that had formed require us to speak of a Sun. But when this Sun development advanced beyond the Saturn stage, the entire evolutionary process of the Sun ended. So when we look back on these first planetary developments of our Earth, we must be aware that they had also been completed. This is not true of the development of Earth proper. First, Saturn came into being. Then the Sun arose, albeit as recapitulation. But the process advanced inwardly. It was not completed. Jupiter is left behind as the remnant of the recapitulation of the Sun development. This is what we have to remember. Then the Moon stage of development is repeated on Earth. If we look back on this process of development as a whole, this Moon stage was brought to a definite conclusion at that time. But the Moon period within Earth development does not represent a conclusion. It continues, and Mars is left behind during the recapitulation. The current planets that are visible to us in the heavens must be considered to have originated during the time we call the fourth stage of development, the time of earthly evolution, according to our Akashic chronicle system. We have considered these things. It is impossible, however, to speak of the entire universe and mention every aspect of it. You may have noticed that first a kind of globe existed. I spoke, for instance, about Saturn, about a globe of fire or a large kind of fiery egg, and after that we spoke of a rotating motion. Indeed, we can think of a kind of egg or globe, and while each such globe, corresponding to the most primal condition of Saturn, rotates, increasingly a kind of belt is formed. It does not surround the whole of the egg, it is more like a broad band. Within this belt, various forms assemble that were created around the globe. This belt formation represents a general cosmic law. You can see that the law, under which everything moves toward a concentration, refers to a kind of equator or belt, and is manifest in the cosmos as far as you can survey. The Milky Way, for example, owes its existence to it. When you see the Milky Way as an outermost belt surrounding cosmic space with stars sparsely distributed in between, it is the result of the law that causes things to be gathered together into a belt as soon as rotation begins. Because of this, our cosmic system is lentil-shaped. It is not spherical, as is usually presumed, but lentil-shaped, and at the broad equator the belt draws together. You must also imagine such a band forming at the origin of a planet. To draw these stages schematically, take an quote-unquote egg, and possibly with red color paint such a band around it. The whole egg must not be colored red, only the belt. The bodies selected to form a planet now assemble along this band. Here one would have to draw a point where everything comes together. Thus we see that the configuration, the distribution of the stars as set in space around us, is the result of the activity of spiritual beings or hierarchies. For when we speak about the contraction of great masses, we must be conscious that this contraction does not occur by itself, but through the activity of the beings we have described as the higher hierarchies. To sum up then, we can say that during the period when ancient Saturn, that is, when the grand fire globe from which our whole solar system issued, was formed, the spirits of personality were going through their human stage of existence. During the formation of the sun, the archangels or fire spirits went through their human existence. During the development of the moon, the angels went through their human existence, and on earth, humanity now experiences its human stage. Yet it is also true that the human being was involved in all that previously occurred. What we call the physical body today received its first beginnings during the earliest phase of the formation of Saturn. The physical body was not yet permeated by an etheric or astral body then, but the physical body was already predisposed, once it had achieved the transformations that it would later experience, to become the bearer of the spiritual earthly human being of today. Very slowly, step by step, the human physical body was prepared during the development of ancient Saturn. Member by member, the parts of the human body came into being as ancient Saturn formed, passing through each sign of the zodiac. During the time when Saturn was in the sign of the lion, the outline of the heart was formed. The beginnings of the rib cage came about as Saturn passed through the sign of the crab. The predisposition to symmetry in the human physical form, the fact that the two sides of the body are alike, occurred when Saturn was in the sign of the twins. In this way, we can describe the origins of every part of the human body. Looking up to the constellations where the ram is found, we could say, the foundations for the upper part of the head were established for the first time when ancient Saturn was under the sign of the ram. The foundations of our speech organs were laid down when Saturn was in the sign of the bull. If you now imagine the human being divided according to its various physical components, you will glimpse the creative forces in the zodiac that gave rise to each part of the human being. In the ancient mysteries, the zodiac was represented pictorially, much as we have it here on the ceiling of this hall. Indeed, by chance, but there is no chance, we are in a hall where the ceiling is decorated with the zodiac. Formerly the zodiac was not depicted in terms of the respective animal forms. Rather, the various parts or members of the human being were assigned to their respective regions. The head was assigned to the sign of the ram, the larynx area to the bull, the arms to the symmetry of the twins, the rib cage to Cancer, the heart to the lion, and so on to the lower part of the legs assigned to the waterman, and the feet to the fishes. Imagine the zodiac as the form of a human being inscribed in the cosmos. There you have what created the original forms for the members of the human physical body out of the cosmos, out of the corresponding powers of the hierarchies of the thrones, seraphim and cherubim. This form is the great cosmic human being who strides forward in the wisdom, literature, and myths of the world, after which each individual human being has been patterned and created in the most varied manifestations. Think, for example, of the giant Ymir spread out in the cosmos, for the microcosmic human being was formed from Ymir, the giant. Footnote number 1. Ymir, the earliest being and progenitor of the ancient giants, was killed by Odin and his brothers. The earth was made from his flesh, the waters from his blood, and from his skull the heavens were created. End of footnote. Everywhere you find the great macrocosmic human, the creator, who represents outwardly what the human being contains inwardly. A profound truth lies at the basis of such pictures, a truth that, depending on the clairvoyant capacities of the various peoples, comes more or less perfectly to light. It also shines through in the wisdom that found external expression in the Old Testament. It illumines the wisdom that, as the esoteric teaching of the ancient Hebrews, creates the foundation for the wisdom of the Old Testament in the Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalah. Footnote 2. According to Kabbalah, Adam Kadmon is the name given to the first emanation from the eternal fountain. It signifies the first man, or the first production of divine energy, or Son of God, and other and inferior emanations are subordinate to it. End of footnote. The macrocosmic human is none other than the human being we have seen inscribed in the constellations of the cosmos. We only have to form concepts about this in the right way. What I have unfolded for you now, culminating in the instruction about the macrocosmic human being, are teachings containing the deepest secrets of the universe that will, gradually, flow into humankind's general education. Humankind is still far removed from understanding these teachings today, and if a conventional scholar listened to these lectures, that person would probably consider this audience as something other than a sensible group of people. Human beings are far removed from understanding these things today. But we are beginning an age when facts found to contradict the fantastic theories of modern science will urge people to seek the way to these encompassing truths of primeval wisdom. The mystery about the process of conception, for example, about which there is much childish speculation today, will not be unraveled until the teaching of the macrocosmic human is applied to it. Precisely what a real mystery is, and above all, what cannot be investigated by instruments and tools, will be illumined to the very minutest point of investigation. How small is the cell where conception takes place when compared to the cosmos? But only the mysteries of the great cosmos will solve the riddle of what is taking place in the smallest cell. Nothing else has the capacity to unravel the secrets of the processes within the cell. The contributions of exoteric scientific research to the problem of conception are by no means worthless, yet they strike one as mere child's play compared with the great mystery involved. This can only be solved when one understands how the answer to what happens at a particular point can be found only in the periphery. For this reason, the ancient mystery teachings said, if you seek to understand the center, investigate the circumference, for only there will you find the answer. Here is the essential part of understanding. You can grasp the point, what is at the center, only when you have understood the periphery, circumference. If you recall that the individual heavenly bodies remain in motion even after they have reached their own completion, so to speak, then you will understand what is meant by the karma of these cosmic bodies. From the moment when the planet itself has come to completion, the beings who belong to it must consider its dissolution, that is, its disappearance from the cosmic environment. For example, to describe the development of ancient Saturn, we must say to ourselves, until the contraction of the whole globe of warmth, the process of the Saturn phase of development is an ascending one, or, if you will, a descending one, in that it is a process of densification. But, speaking of the first Saturn stage of development, once Saturn begins to rotate on its own, the globe is completed. Everything having to do with it has been accomplished. The fact that in the process of dissolution, the spirits involved must take into account the forces that were active in building it up, that is karma. It is an inescapable factor. Things have to be dissolved in accordance with how they have been built up. The karma of the first half of evolution fulfills itself in the second. What was built up in the course of the first half of evolution is step by step dismantled in the second. The cosmic process of becoming is the creation of karma, and the passing away of worlds, in the broadest sense of the word, is nothing other than suffering under karma and the dissolution of the karma related to it. This is so for every planet, in all aspects, great and small. For each planet faithfully mirrors back the conditions of the formation of its karma. The same process can be observed in a people or a nation. Imagine a people striving in its youth and full of activity and energy. Imagine this people in successive ages bringing forward various elements of culture and civilization. At a certain point, a zenith is reached, but also a certain amount of karma. A karma of a nation has been accumulated. Just as karma has been accumulated during the development of Saturn, and one must consider what has come into being, so a people also collects karma during the period of its cultural growth. This karma is at its peak, at its strongest, when a nation has given forth its original and most elemental forces. We have seen that during every period there are guiding beings. We have seen in the case of the earth how higher spiritual beings, angels, archangels, and archai, descended, and where humanity could not make progress on its own, these higher beings guided humankind to a higher stage. These are the spiritual beings of the hierarchies who reached their maturity in earlier times. Once a particular stage has been attained, and once the beings who descended from heavenly heights to lead a nation have achieved their goal, other spiritual beings must take on the guidance of the nation. For a people to rise beyond its zenith, leading personalities must, of their own free will, allow themselves to become bearers of higher spiritual beings. Only in this way can a nation progress to certain stages beyond what was originally intended. But then something further must occur, namely, the beings who descend to guide a culture beyond a certain point in its development must take the accumulated karma of that nation on themselves. This is the important law of taking on the karma of nations or races. After a certain point in time, leading personalities must bear within themselves, must take on the karma of nations or races. Personalities such as Hermes took the karma inherent in their people, the accumulated karma, upon themselves. These things are reflections of great cosmic processes on individual planets. We have still other such reflected images. We have seen that the thrones reached their position only because they could make the step from the created to creator. The capacity to receive was transformed into a capacity to give. At some time in another cosmic system, the thrones developed to the point where they could stream forth their substance. Bringing and offering sacrifices indicates a higher stage of development than storing up what was present in the cosmos for oneself. This again occurs in a reflected form in the case of humanity. Look back spiritually through Atlantean and Lemurian times, and then look forward. Human beings receive their physical, etheric, and astral bodies. They receive the eye. The eye then begins the process of transforming the other members, the transformation of the astral body into manas, the etheric body into buddhi, the physical body into atman, that is, into spirit self, life spirit, and spirit body. In every age, primal wisdom has taught the following, that people transform their astral bodies so that, to begin with at least, a part of the old astrality remains, and the other part becomes manas. In time, however, they will transform their astral bodies completely. The astral body will then be fully permeated by the activity of the eye. Take a person who has not yet reached this stage of development when the astral body is completely permeated by the activity of the eye. This, with very few exceptions, is actually the situation for the vast majority of human beings today. What we've already transformed accompanies us through all of eternity. The portion we have not yet transformed, and in which the eye has had no part, separates itself like an astral sheath as the human being passes through Kamaloka. It dissolves in the astral world, but not without causing considerable damage if the astral body encompassed bad appetites and passions. So we could say that human development consists of leaving less and less of oneself behind in the astral world. Let's follow this process through. A human being dies. Shortly after death, the etheric body is released, but a remnant remains behind. The person goes through Kamaloka, and the untransformed sheath is detached. The transformed part is carried in the eye through all eternity and is brought back in the new incarnation. The more perfected a person is, the less he or she will leave behind in the astral world in the form of remnants. Finally, one reaches the stage where none of one's astral body remains in Kamaloka. That is, the human being has come so far that such a person cannot harm anyone living on earth because of untransformed remnants left in Kamaloka. Such a human being, then, also has the possibility of seeing into spiritual worlds. For it is not possible to reach this condition without also having achieved a certain level of clairvoyance in the astral. The whole of the astral body is spiritualized at this point. It has become spirit self. This means that the whole astral body is then taken along. Previously, the untransformed portion had to be left behind. Now the entire astral body can be taken into the entire subsequent time. At the moment the astral body has progressed so that it is completely transformed, the new form of the astral body, the spirit self, stamps itself into the etheric body so that it receives an imprint of the transformed astral body. It need not yet have been completely transformed itself, but what has been worked through in the astral body is imprinted into the etheric body. Briefly, we have described a particularly exalted being who has progressed to the most eminent degree. In that, the being has developed the whole of the spirit self. Such a being is named Nirmanakaya in Eastern wisdom, for the being's astral body, the astral kaya, has reached the stage where no remnants are left behind. This is Nirmanakaya. Footnote: Nirmanakaya, literally the body that is built, is considered the vehicle that is maintained by one who has renounced nirvana. Hence the body of a Buddha, of compassion, or in Mahayana Buddhism, a bodhisattva. End of footnote. Let us proceed. As human beings, we can continue to work further and further. Ultimately, we can also refashion our etheric and physical bodies. What happens when the etheric and physical bodies are transformed so that they come under our own mastery? Once the etheric body has been transformed, so that one has not only achieved spirit self in one's astral body, but one has also gradually developed life spirit or buddhi in one's etheric body, and once the life spirit is imprinted in the physical body, then the next higher stage of development has been reached. This is a kind of intermediary stage. Through this intermediary stage, one reaches the point where one no longer needs to leave any part of one's etheric body behind. Such an etheric body, transformed into life spirit or buddhi, continues to exist for all time in the same form. Through such influences, we shall become more and more capable of attaining mastery over our astral and etheric bodies. Such mastery will also enable us, in a certain respect, to direct the astral and etheric bodies. One who has not yet brought the astral body under the mastery of the eye will naturally have to wait until this stage is reached. But those who have attained mastery over their astral and etheric bodies can dispose of them freely. They can say, because of what I have been able to experience with my eye in many incarnations, which has taught me how to transform my astral and etheric bodies, I have gained the ability, when returning to earth, to fashion new astral and etheric bodies as perfect as the etheric and astral substance out of which they are fashioned. As a result, such individuals can sacrifice their own astral and etheric bodies, transferring them to others. There are individuals who have achieved mastery in their etheric and astral bodies, have learned to reconstruct them, and thereby have become capable of sacrificing their etheric and astral bodies. When they want to return to earth, they construct a new astral body and a new etheric body from available material. What they achieved in perfection, however, is passed on to others who have certain tasks to accomplish in the world. Thus the astral and etheric bodies of earlier individuals are interwoven and assimilated into the astral and the etheric bodies of later individuals. When that occurs, those of a former time not only have an effect from where they currently are, they also work directly into the future through those who carry a portion of the astral and etheric bodies of earlier personalities within their being. Zoroaster, for example, who could manage his astral body, which he later passed on to Hermes, could say, "I live, but I shall not only be effective as the outer person I am now, I will also permeate the astral body of the Egyptian Hermes, who will be the founder of the Egyptian cultural epoch." Footnote, Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great, or Thoth, was the great Egyptian initiate, legislator, priest, and philosopher. According to tradition, there were 3 Hermes, one of whom antedated the flood, and the last of whom may have lived around 1100 BC. The founders of the Egyptian cultural epoch would then have been the first 2 Hermes. For the anthroposophical view, see also Steiner, Turning Points in the Spiritual History, and The East in the Light of the West. End of footnote. Such a person possesses a body, a kaya, that works not only at the place where one is, but also into the future, proclaiming the law for future development. The law that reaches into the future is called dharma. Such a body is therefore termed a dharmakaya. Footnote, dharmakaya means literally the body of the law. Law has the general meaning of the teachings of Buddha or supreme truth. End of footnote. Such expressions are common in Eastern teaching, and here you have the true explanation of it as it has always been given in primeval wisdom. In surveying the many things we have considered during these days, a question may well arise in our minds as to what humanity really is. We have called the human being a particular stage of development. We have seen that the spirits of personality were human beings on ancient Saturn. Even the thrones must have been human once. And we have discovered that humanity continues to develop, that it will evolve into ever higher forms of being. We have come to know the first stages of this development in angels and archangels, and we have seen how such beings are able to sacrifice a part of themselves. We have seen the beginnings of sacrifice in the thrones, who are beings who possess it to the highest degree. We see the first gleam of creative activities in the leaders of peoples and races who knew how to refashion their own bodies so that something streamed forth from them. Just as the thrones streamed their being forth, so to a different degree the Nirmanakayas let their own bodies stream into the future for the benefit of individuals who would appear later and could not have reached a particular point of development had they not assimilated what streamed from beings who lived before them. Thus, the idea of development moves from the point where one takes to the point where one streams out, creates. The concept of the Creator arises before our spiritual eye, EYE, and we may say that every being evolves from creature to creator. Archangels achieved humanhood on Old Sun, spirits of personality on ancient Saturn, angels on Old Moon, and human beings on the earth. So it will continue. There will always be beings developing into human beings. But does this process continue endlessly? Is it merely an eternal succession of cycles, such as that of the Sun, which repeats what occurred on Saturn, apart from the fact that some beings reach this stage only later? Let me read that last sentence again. Is it merely an eternal succession of cycles, such as that of the Sun, which repeats what occurred on Saturn? That was Old Sun, which repeats what occurred on Old Saturn, apart from the fact that some beings reach this stage only later. The spirits of fire, for example, develop one cycle later than the spirits of personality. But is it really for beings who start as helpless creatures to develop so that they too can bring a sacrifice? No, that is not the case, most definitely not. Is the humanity of the spirits of personality on Saturn the same as that of the archangels on the Sun, and of the angels on Mars, Old Moon, and of humankind here on the earth? If we take, for instance, the nature of the angels, do we only see in them our own future image as it will be on Jupiter? Do we only see in the spirits of fire an image of what we ourselves shall become on Venus? Is there really evidence to say the following: we here on earth shall reach higher stages of development, we too shall advance within the hierarchies, yet the beings we shall become in the future already exist now, and our own stage previously was achieved by other beings in earlier times? Fundamental questions such as these must arise for those who let these lectures work on them impartially. If we are indeed merely dealing with an ever-recurring humanity, then we are identical with the spirits of personality on ancient Saturn, the archangels on the old Sun, and the angels on Mars, the old Moon. It may be important to us, but for the gods it would only involve an increase of creatures. No very appreciable progress would thereby have been achieved. It is another matter, however, if human beings, by developing their humanity on the earth, thereby evolve into beings able to contribute something that angels, archangels, and spirits of personality cannot. Has the whole of creation learned something by creating human beings after the archangels and the angels? Has creation advanced? Is it feasible that because humanity has agreed to descend further, it thereby has the prospect to ascend even higher? This is the question that logically follows. We shall devote the final lecture to considering humanity's significance in the cosmos and our relationship to the higher hierarchies. That is, what will ultimately become of humankind in the ranks of the hierarchies. The end of Lecture 9. This is a reading of the lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Spiritual Hierarchies and the Physical World. This is the last lecture in this cycle, Lecture 10, entitled The Christ, given on April 18, 1909, in the evening. Apart from the questions raised at the end of the last lecture, there would be much to add to our present theme, but it is impossible in 10 lectures to exhaust a consideration of the universe. Therefore, allow me, before I deal with our main question, to make some remarks that in a certain sense will relate to our concluding observations. The first observation that I have to make is difficult, indeed hardly understandable at all, for modern consciousness. For it is good if one is aware, but it is good if one is aware of it. It relates to the question of how planetary structures, once they have appeared, disappear again. From a spiritual point of view, it is clear how the course of development occurs. Beings ascend to higher stages, and as they advance, they have to leave their previous places of activity. That is, they must leave their former dwelling places that enabled them, for a period, to develop certain faculties they would not otherwise have been able to acquire. When, in the course of evolution, that time we call the old Lemurian period drew near, humanity had come so far in its development that it had recapitulated all that could be achieved through the stages of Saturn, Sun, and Moon. Then humanity appeared in the environment of earthly evolution, which had just been made ready for our further development. We developed through Lemurian and Atlantean times on into our own period, and moving from incarnation to incarnation, we will develop further in the future. Then after a time, humanity will have to leave the earth again. The earth will have nothing further to give humanity, for it will not be able to offer further possibilities of development. You could imagine that after the departure of humanity, our earth would become a desolate ruin. You could compare it with a city that had been deserted by its inhabitants. You know what such a city looks like after only a short time, how it gradually turns into a mound of earth. Seeing ancient cities taken over by the forces of nature gives us a graphic picture of the process. So it is today in reality. But this will not be true for the future of the earth. The following observation can guide you toward an understanding to the following questions. How will it be in the future of our earth? What is the significance for the development of the earth of such persons as Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, or any of the other great geniuses in this or that field? What does it mean for earthly development that Raphael or Michelangelo produced wonderful works of art that are still enjoyed by thousands and thousands of people to this very day? Some of you may have felt a certain sadness on seeing Leonardo's Last Supper in Milan, and you may have wondered how much longer this magnificent work will last. We should remember that Goethe, on his first Italian journey, still beheld the work in its full glory, and that we can no longer see it in that state. From Goethe's time until today, the fate of this work of art, within its outward material environment, is such that it now calls forth feelings of sadness in us. And for people who will live as long after us as we live after Goethe, the work will no longer be in existence. So it is with everything that human beings have created and embodied in physical matter on earth. The same is also true for the earth itself, and even for the creation of human thoughts. Imagine that period of time when human beings will ascend, spiritualized, into higher spheres. Thoughts in the present sense of the word. I am not at all referring to scientific thoughts, for in 300 or 400 years they will no longer have any significance. But human thoughts, as produced by the brain and meaningful on earth, have no significance for higher worlds. They are only significant on earth. But humanity will have left the earth. What will happen then to everything that we have created on earth in the course of centuries and millennia? What must first of all be considered from a spiritual perspective is the evolution of the individual. Leonardo da Vinci has risen higher by means of what he accomplished. That constitutes his ascent. We ask ourselves, are the great thoughts, the great impulses that the great creators imprinted on the substance of the earth of any significance for the future of the earth? Will the future reduce the earth to dust, and will everything that men and women have made out of the earth disappear when the planet no longer exists? You admire Cologne Cathedral. Certainly, in a relatively short time, not one stone will rest upon another. Does this mean it is of no significance for the earth as a whole that human beings embodied the idea of the Cologne Cathedral in stone? We are not now considering what a human being takes with him from the earth. We are looking at the earth itself. A planet actually becomes smaller and smaller in the course of its development. It contracts. That is the destiny of the material part of a planet. But that is not the whole story. It is, so to speak, only the part that can be observed by means of physical eyes and instruments. There is also an evolution of matter that proceeds beyond what can be so observed. I now want to consider the evolution of matter beyond this point, and thereby I come to what I previously described as difficult, indeed almost incomprehensible, to contemporary understanding. The earth is constantly contracting. Matter is being pressed from all sides into the center. Now, I can say, and naturally with full awareness, that there is a law of the conservation of force. But I must also say in full awareness that there is another fact known to every occultist, that matter presses increasingly into the center and remarkably disappears into the middle point. Imagine a piece of matter pressed more and more into the central point where it disappears. It is not being pushed through to the other side. At the center it actually disappears into nothingness. In other words, eventually the earth, as its material aspect presses in upon the middle point, will disappear into the center. But that is not all. As much as disappears at the center, so much reappears at the periphery. It reappears at the extremity. Matter disappears at one point in space, the center, and reappears at another, the circumference. Everything that disappears into the center emerges again at the periphery. Everything has been worked into this matter. The beings who were at work on the planets impressed everything into the matter. Naturally, the matter is not in its present form, but in a form that it received by means of this process of transformation. So you will see Cologne Cathedral, whose material particles disappeared into the middle point, reappearing from the other side. Nothing, absolutely nothing, is lost of what has been accomplished on a planet. It comes back from the other side. All that came to us during the earliest phase of earthly development before Saturn was thus transferred outside, beyond the zodiac. In primeval wisdom, this is called the crystal heaven. It is where the deeds of beings belonging to a previous evolution were deposited. They formed the basis on which new beings could become creative. As I said before, it is difficult to understand these things with contemporary understanding, because we are accustomed to considering only the material aspect. We are not used to acknowledging that matter can disappear from one position in three-dimensional space and come back again somewhere else after it has gone through another dimension. As long as you remain in your thinking in the context of three-dimensional space, you cannot grasp it, for this phenomenon goes beyond three-dimensional space. Thus it cannot be seen until it again re-enters three-dimensional space from the other side. In the intervening period, it is in another dimension. This is something that we must understand, for aspects of cosmic creation are bound together in the most complex manner. Something in one place is connected in a complicated way to something else found in an entirely different place in three-dimensional space. The formation of our planets began with ancient Saturn. That is how it really began. Then the formation continued until Jupiter. As the whole creation began on Jupiter, as you know, all of the beings of the periphery also participated in the process. But just as beings within worked to set out the planetary system and continue their own development, so, too, the outlying beings worked inward from the periphery. As certain beings from the center withdrew outward, those beings who were out in cosmic space did the same. Certain ones on the periphery also withdrew. As Jupiter itself contracted, beings who had withdrawn compressed to form Uranus. Similarly, during the development of Mars, beings who had withdrawn contracted to form Neptune. The names Uranus and Neptune are of course no longer chosen in the same way that the ancients chose appropriate names for these things, although there still remains something significant in the name Uranus. It was given at a time when one still had an inkling of the process of giving the right name. Therefore everything lying beyond our own planetary system was designated collectively with the name Uranus. Thus we see that both planets, which our modern astronomy places on a par with the other planets, actually stand on quite a different basis, and in fact have nothing especially to do with the formation of our world. They represent worlds that came about because beings who still had something to do with us during the ancient Saturn period withdrew and established their dwelling place beyond the periphery of the universe. Many facts can be deduced from this. For example, that these planets have retrograding moons, and so on. We have now surveyed in rough outline the process through which our solar system came into being, and we have raised the question, what position does the human being have in relation to the beings of the higher hierarchies, who are actually our human ancestors? We can begin with the most exalted, the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. Indeed, in characterizing their nature, we can arrive at a good idea of the human being. But once we go beyond the seraphim, we enter into the region of the Holy Trinity. That is what the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones have that is extraordinary, beyond what other beings in the universe have. They enjoy what is called, quote, the immediate gaze of the Godhead, unquote. They are endowed from the beginning with what human beings must gradually seek over the course of their development. As human beings, we say, to attain higher and higher powers of cognition, will, and so on, we must begin where we are today. If we do this, we shall draw nearer and nearer to the Godhead, who will be increasingly present with us. Thus we must develop ourselves toward what is still veiled from us. We must draw toward divinity. Such is the difference between the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones on the one hand, and humanity on the other. From the beginning of their development, these highest beings of the spiritual hierarchies were immediately present with the Godhead, the Divine Trinity. From the very beginning they enjoyed being within sight of the divinity. For the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, the condition that human beings ought to progress toward existed from the very beginning. It is extremely important to recognize that from the time of their origin, these beings beheld God, and that as long as they live, they will always behold God. They accomplish everything through gazing upon God, and God works through them. They could not do otherwise than to act as they do. It would be impossible for them to do otherwise. The sight of God is such a powerful force, has such an influence upon them, that they accomplish what the Godhead ordains with unerring certainty and immediate impulse. Nothing resembling deliberation or judgment exists in the sphere of these beings. There is only the beholding of the Godhead's commands in order to receive the immediate impulse to do what they have beheld. They see the Godhead in its original true form, as it really is. They consider themselves simply as those who fulfill the will and wisdom of the divine. Such is the situation of the highest hierarchy. Descending to the next hierarchy, to the beings called dominions, mights, and powers, or spirits of wisdom, movement, and form, we must say that they no longer have the immediate gaze of the Godhead. They no longer see God in his immediate form, as he is, but they see God's manifestation, as God reveals himself, if I may put it so, through his countenance. So it is clear to them that the countenance is the Godhead. Like the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, they also receive a direct impulse to carry out the manifestations of the Godhead. The impulse is not quite as powerful, but it is, nevertheless, still direct. It would be impossible for the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones to say that they would not do what they discern as ordained by the Godhead. It would be unthinkable, because of their proximity to the Godhead. But it would be equally out of the question for the dominions, mights, and powers to do what was not willed by the Godhead itself. For the evolution of the world to advance, however, something very extraordinary had to intervene. We are now introducing a subject that has always been difficult to understand, even for those who have advanced to a certain degree of mystery wisdom. In the ancient mysteries, one sought to make it comprehensible in the following way. At a particular stage of initiation into the ancient mysteries, the neophyte was led into the presence of hostile powers who had a cruel and horrible appearance, and who performed the most dreadful acts before the eyes of the neophyte. Those who did these things were none other than masked priests, masked sages. To bring about the necessary temptations, priests disguised themselves in ghastly demonic forms as dreadful beings, performing the most terrible acts that one could possibly imagine. Why was this done? Why did the initiate, the priest, bring before the neophyte the guise of the wrongdoer, the mask of evil? To show the neophyte how far development could err from the right path. Actually, let me read that again, it wasn't a question. To show the neophyte how far development could err from the right path. The neophyte was supposed to have the illusion of standing face to face with evil. Only when the unmasking occurred did the neophyte see the truth. The illusion was removed. Only then did the neophyte know that this scene was a means of creating a trial or test. To strengthen and arm the neophyte against it, evil was presented in its most hideous forms by priests who, of course, did not err. This was merely a reflection of something that actually took place in cosmic evolution. During the period between the Jupiter and Mars stages of development, if I may express it somewhat trivially, a host of beings from the sphere of the dynamis or mights were countermanded. Instead of acting as progressive influences, they were placed in the course of development to cause obstacles. We have come to know this as the war in heaven. The actions of these adversely commanded mights to coin a phrase, were thrown across the path of development, for the ruling cosmic powers of the hierarchies said to themselves that if the path were smooth, what was intended to come into existence could never arise. Something greater must arise. Now suppose that you wish to push a cart, and because you push it forward, your powers of strength develop to a certain extent. If you loaded the cart with heavy freight, you would have to push harder, but you would also develop greater strength. Suppose that the Godhead had permitted cosmic evolution to take its course up to and beyond the Jupiter stage. Humankind certainly could have developed well, but could become even stronger if obstacles were put in its path. For the good of humanity, therefore, certain mights had to receive adverse commands. They were not evil to begin with. One need not regard them as evil forces. Rather, one could say that they sacrificed themselves in order to place an obstacle in the path of development. These mights may therefore be called the gods of hindrance, or gods of impediment in the broadest sense of the word. These are gods of obstructions or hindrances that have been placed along the path of development, and ever since that moment the possibility was created for everything that was to be accomplished in the future. These countermanded dunamis were not yet evil in themselves. On the contrary, by running up against the normal course of development, they were the great promoters of evolution. Nevertheless, they were the originators of evil, because out of the storms they produced, evil gradually arose. The course of development for the adversely commanded mights took a very different form from that of their fellows. The effect of their activity was very different, and as a result, during the development of the moon, these mights became the tempters of the beings we call angels. During the evolutionary stage of the moon, the angels were passing through their human phase. There were angel humans on the moon who witnessed the effect of these obstacles on the course of development. They said to themselves, "We can now allow ourselves to assail these hindrances. We can plunge into the stream of the moon's development, but we prefer to abstain. We do not want to plunge in, but choose to remain above with the good gods." These angel beings, at a particular point during the course of the moon stage of development, tore themselves away from the mights, who down below had introduced obstacles into the development of the moon. But there were other angel humans on the moon who said, "We will not follow our fellows, because if we did, the pattern of development would be turned around and nothing new would happen." Indeed, just because the hindrances were present, from the development of the moon stage on, something new was introduced. There were beings who said, "We wish to have absolutely nothing to do with what is happening down there. We remain with the mights, who do not wish to be touched by the lesser." These beings withdrew from the moon mass during the development of the old moon, and became followers of everything that occurred in the sun. They wanted nothing to do with what happened on the moon, which had been cast aside because the hindrances were present. The others who plunged down, however, had to take into their bodily nature everything they had received of the existing developmental hindrances on the moon. They had to harden themselves more than otherwise would have been the case. Their bodily sheaths became denser than they would have been, and they bore the consequence of the actions of the mights in their bodies. We should remember, however, that the deeds of the mights or dunamis were well founded within the divine cosmic plan. A further consequence of all this was that when the development of the moon passed over into that of the earth, the whole process was in a certain way repeated. These beings who hurled themselves into the full tide of the moon development lagged behind those who would have nothing to do with it. Still others remained even further behind because they were attracted by the retrograde development. All of this, therefore, led to the presence of two sorts of angel humans during the development of the earth. Some of the angel humans were those who had gone ahead, and some were those who had stayed behind. the advanced angel humans now set to work on humanity in the Lemurian time, as humankind became mature enough to receive the seed of the human I capital. They gave human beings the option, so to speak, of ascending immediately into spiritual worlds and having no more to do with what had mingled with the course of cosmic evolution since the moon phase of development. The beings who had stayed behind, whom we call Luciferic beings, went to work on the human astral body. They could not reach the I, and injected the results of the war in heaven into the astral body. As the mites were countermanded into participation in the war in heaven and became gods of hindrance, the consequences of their actions crept into the human astral body, where they had a different and greater significance, for there they represent the possibility of error and the possibility of evil. Human beings were thus given the possibility of error and the possibility of evil, but at the same time they also received the capacity to rise above error and evil by their own strength. Consider that beings such as the mites or dunamis, belonging to the second hierarchy, did not have the possibility at all of becoming evil by themselves. They had to be adversely commanded. Only the beings of the third hierarchy, the angels who are closest to human beings, could follow or not follow the hindering mites. Those who did not succumb are represented in pictures depicting the victories fought out in the heavens. They are supposed to express what came to pass during the moon stage of development, when human beings had advanced to the incarnation of the astral body, that is, to the human animal stage. The angel beings who remained pure, as it were, tore themselves away from the course of the moon development. They escaped what was taking place below on the moon. This picture is represented in many different forms before our souls. Originally, we find it depicted in the battle between Michael and the dragon. Footnote Revelations 12, see also Steiner, the Archangel Michael, his mission and ours. End of footnote. We also find it expressed with great clarity in pictures of the Mithraic bull. But the object of such representations was not to say that these angel beings have forsaken their duty. They were intended to depict an ideal for the future. These beings, it was said, preferred to ascend into spiritual worlds. You, on the other hand, have descended along with other beings who followed the powers of hindrance. It is now up to you to work through what you have taken in and carry it upward into the spiritual world. On the upward path you are called on to become a Michael and a conqueror of the bull. A symbol such as this must be interpreted in this twofold way. So we see that humanity received the possibility of reaching its goal by its own powers, something that even the seraphim cannot attain through their own endeavors, only because the mites were given adverse orders. That is the most significant fact. The seraphim, cherubim, and thrones cannot do anything but follow the immediate impulses given them by the Godhead. The dominions, indeed the whole of the second hierarchy, must do likewise. Only among the ranks of the mites were some commanded adversely. They could also not do other than follow the orders of the Godhead when they threw themselves across the path of development. Even in causing what could be called the source of evil, they merely performed the will of the Godhead. By making themselves servants of evil, these mites accomplished the will of the Godhead, who wished to strengthen the good by means of the detour through evil. Let us now descend to the beings called powers, or exousiae. They likewise could not have become wicked by themselves, and the same applies to the spirits of personality, archai, and the fire spirits, the archangels. For when the latter passed through their human stage on the sun, the mites had not yet been adversely commanded, and there was not yet any possibility of becoming evil. The first to have this possibility of becoming evil were the angels, because this possibility existed only since the moon stage of development. The war in heaven took place during the transition from the sun to the moon. A number of angels rejected this possibility, refused to be seduced, so to speak, by the powers destined to introduce hindrances. They remained true to their former nature, so that we have, down to the angels, and also among some of the angels, beings of the higher hierarchies who cannot do anything but follow the divine will. This is most important. We come now to two categories of beings. First, there are those angels who hurled themselves into what the mites had brought about during the war in heaven. These are beings who, on account of their later deeds, are called Luciferic beings. They went to work on the human astral body during earthly evolution and introduced the possibility of evil, but also the possibility of developing oneself through one's own free activity. Thus, in the whole range of the hierarchies, it is only among a portion of the angels and among human beings that we find the possibility of freedom. The possibility of freedom begins within the ranks of the angels, but it is fully developed only in humanity. When humanity came down to earth, human beings first had to fall prey to the mighty power of the Luciferic hosts. These hosts permeated the human astral body with their powers, so that the I became enmeshed in this field of forces. During the Lemurian and Atlantean periods, and also subsequently, we find the I wrapped in a cloud caused by Lucifer's influences. The human being was saved from being overpowered by these debilitating forces only because earlier beings, the angels who had remained above, and the archangels, overshadowed the person and incarnated in the individuals chosen to guide humanity. This continued until the time when something remarkable happened. A being who had previously always been united with the sun's existence advanced so far that he could not only penetrate the human being's physical, etheric, and astral bodies, as previously had been the situation with higher beings, but could also permeate the human being as far as the eye. You will recall that I described how higher beings descended during former times and ensouled human physical, etheric, and astral bodies. Now, at a special moment in time, an individual arose who had been chosen to receive the most exalted being into himself, a being who had been united with our sun existence and who now worked inspiringly into the I, even down into all the forces of the I. The I expresses itself through the blood. Just as the blood in its material substance is the expression of the I, so the warmth or fire of the blood, which is the remnant of the Saturn fire, is the expression of the I in the elements. This being had to express itself physically in a twofold way. In the element of fire, the being proclaimed himself to Moses in the burning bush and in the lightning on Mount Sinai. One and the same being could penetrate the human eye and speak to Moses from the burning bush and from the lightning and thunder on Mount Sinai. This being prepared his advent and then appeared in a blood-permeated body, that of Jesus of Nazareth. This sun being entered into an earthly individuality. Because the human eye will be filled and saturated more and more by the power that then penetrated it, this eye will become more and more capable of overcoming through its own forces all the influences that have the capacity to pull it down. For this being who penetrated the human eye is of a different nature from those other beings who formerly descended to earth and ensouled the physical, etheric, and astral bodies. Let us consider the ancient holy Rishis. As we have seen, the spirit of a high being lived in their etheric bodies, because the holy Rishis had inherited the etheric body from great Atlantean ancestors in whom that exalted being had lived. It was passed on to them. But the Rishis could not comprehend, with their eye and astral bodies, what streamed through the inspiration of their etheric bodies. And so it went from epoch to epoch. human beings received inspiration. They always experienced something like a force within them when they were inspired. Inspiration was something that they captured, as it were, with a force. The individual withdrew somewhat from the ordinary human capacity to manage on one's own. So that one could improve, could advance, the person had to be inspired by a more perfect being. This was the situation for all founders of religions. Beings who had been exalted above the war in heaven were infused into the religious founders, so human beings were not left to depend just on their own resources. In the Christ, however, a being of very different nature appeared. He was a being who did absolutely nothing, who exerted not the slightest compulsion to bring people to him. This is the main point. If you consider the propagation of Christianity, you will find living evidence that during his lifetime Christ did not do what occurred in spreading Christianity. Consider the founders of religions of ancient times. They are the great teachers of humanity. From a certain moment in their development, they begin to instruct, and their teachings work on human beings with an overwhelming power. Now consider the Christ. Does the Christ actually work through his teachings? Anyone who thinks that Christ's main contribution lies in his teaching does not really understand the Christ. At least in the first instance, the Christ did not work through his teaching, but through what he did. And the greatest deed of the Christ was the deed that ended with his death. It was, in fact, his death. That is the most important point. Christ worked through a deed. And when knowledge of this action began to spread through the world, he was no longer physically present. That is the fundamental difference between the efficacy of Christ and that of other great founders of religions. This difference is hardly understood at all, but it is the most important one. All of the teachings of Christianity, everything that is preached in Christianity, every Christian teaching, you can describe, you can find in other religious systems. This cannot be denied. It can certainly be said that the essence of Christian teaching is also contained in other systems, but has Christianity been effective through the contents of its teaching? Did the person who did the most in spreading Christianity rely on its teaching? Consider the Apostle Paul. Did he allow himself to be transformed from Saul to Paul by what is written in the Gospels? Paul persecuted the followers of Christ Jesus until the one who died on the cross appeared to him out of the clouds. That is, until Paul had his own personal occult experience of the fact that Christ lives. The effect of that death, the efficacy of that act, became the quickening impulse for Paul. And that is what matters. Other religious systems work through their teachings, and the teachings are the same as those found in Christianity. But in Christianity it is not a question of teachings. What matters is the deed that took place. The act of Christ only works on a person when one decides to allow it to have an effect. That is, when the deed is united with the absolutely free nature of the individual I. It is not enough for the Christ to be present in the human astral body. To be truly understood, Christ must be present in the I, and the I must freely resolve to receive the Christ. That is the point. But as a result of the I uniting itself with the Christ, this human I acquires within itself a reality, a divine power, not just a teaching. Therefore, it can be demonstrated 100 times that the teachings of Christianity may already be found here or there, but that is not the point. The essential aspect of Christianity is the act that can only be made one's own through a voluntary ascent into higher worlds. Human beings receive the power of Christ into themselves because they willingly accept it, and no one can receive it who does not voluntarily accept it. This has become possible for the human being only since the Christ became human on earth, since he was called on to become a human being on the earth. The fallen angels, who came to live on earth as Luciferic beings, are in a different position. Indeed, they should have become human on the moon, but they remained behind in the development. As a result, they can penetrate the astral body, but they cannot gain access to the eye. They are in an unusual situation, which we can only represent graphically, even if that seems pedantic. Let's assume, leaving aside the etheric and physical bodies, that the astral body of the human being, during the Lemurian development, is represented by this circle. The eye would then be encased within this astral body because it has gradually entered into the astral body. What happens next? During the Lemurian epoch, the Luciferic forces crept into the astral body from all sides and penetrated human beings with their activities. In human beings, these are expressed as lower passions. The possibility for human beings to succumb to error and evil is embedded in the astral body. The Luciferic spirits introduced that possibility into us. If they had not, we would never have had the possibility of erring, of doing evil. Instead, we would have been lifted up to a region where we would have received the eye untouched by hindering influences. This is the situation. But the great leaders of humanity protected human beings so that we should not sink too low. Then the Christ event occurred. Let us take a human being who has voluntarily received the Christ. Of course, Christianity is only at its beginning, but let us take an ideal situation. A human eye, in complete free will, has allowed the power of Christ to flow in. When the eye has advanced so far that it is permeated by the Christ, then the power of Christ irradiates the astral body and streams into the actions of the Luciferic powers that had been injected into it. And what will happen in the future? Because with Christ's help, and only with his help, we can extinguish those qualities in us that stem from Lucifer, at the same time we can also gradually release the Luciferic powers. The time will come when the Luciferic powers, which had to sink to a lower stage of evolution for the sake of human freedom, and therefore could not experience the power of Christ on earth, will experience the power of Christ through human beings, and so will be redeemed. Human beings will redeem Lucifer if they receive the Christ power in the appropriate way. As a result, human beings will grow stronger than they would have been otherwise. Imagine, if human beings had not received the Luciferic forces, the Christ power would have streamed forth, but would not have encountered any Luciferic obstacles. It would have been impossible for us to progress in goodness, truth, and wisdom to the degree that we now can, once we have to overcome these countervailing forces. The human being is one of the hierarchies, but distinct from the others. Human beings are different from seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, dominions, mights, powers, spirits of personality, fire spirits, and from some of the angels as well. Looking into the future, a human being can say, I am called to seek the impulse for my actions in the deepest recesses of my own inner being, not out of the contemplation of the Godhead, as the seraphim do, for instance, but out of my own inner being. The Christ is a God who does not work in such a way that his impulses have to be followed. One follows the Christ only out of understanding and freedom. The Christ is the God who never seeks to hinder the free individual development of the I in this or that direction. The Christ could say in the profoundest sense, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." And the beings of the next hierarchy, who had the possibility of doing evil, the Luciferic beings, will again be redeemed and freed through the power of human beings. Thus we see that cosmic development does not simply repeat itself. new factors enter in. A human stage, such as that experienced by human beings, was not to be found previously among the angels, archangels, or primal beginnings. Humanity has a completely new mission to fulfill in the world, the mission we have just characterized. Humanity descended into the earthly world in order to accomplish this mission. Christ came into the world as the free helper of humanity, not as a God working from above, but as the firstborn among many. Only in this way can we grasp the full dignity and importance of humankind among the members of the hierarchies. Looking up to the exalted nature and glory of the higher hierarchies, we can say to ourselves, however mighty, wise, and good these higher hierarchies may be, and hence unable to err from the true path, it is humanity's great mission to bring freedom into the world, and along with freedom what we call, in the truest sense of the word, love. For without freedom, love is impossible. Beings who absolutely must obey a particular impulse merely do so. But for those who can do otherwise, there is only one power that enables them to do so, and that is love. Freedom and love are two poles that belong together. If love is to enter our cosmos, it can do so only through freedom. That is, through Lucifer, and the one who conquers Lucifer, the one who is also the Redeemer of human beings, the Christ. That is why the earth is the cosmos of love and freedom, and it is important that without wishing to tempt human beings away from humility, we should learn to familiarize ourselves with the sequence of the hierarchies, as this has always been known in the esotericism of the West. Seraphim, cherubim, and thrones obey the direct impulses transmitted under the gaze of the Godhead. The dominions, mights, and powers are still so closely bound up with the higher powers that they have to receive countermands so that the development of humanity can move forward. Even the archangels and the spirits of personality cannot err. They cannot sink into evil of their own free resolve. The hierarchies immediately above humanity were called messengers and arch-messengers, to indicate that they were not accomplishing their own tasks, but merely fulfilling orders received from above. But humanity is a hierarchy that is gradually maturing so that it will carry out its own tasks. Throughout the development of Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan, human beings will mature gradually toward the accomplishment of their own impulses. Even if this goal is still distant today, in time humanity will attain it. What are the hierarchies? We begin with the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. They exercise their authority by carrying out the impulse received from the gods. Then come the mights, who owe their strength to what is received from above, and the same is true of the powers. Were they to become evil, they could do so only as a result of a decision of the divine world. And now we come to the spirits of personality and the arch-messengers and messengers who descend to the immediate proximity of humanity. How should humanity be integrated into the ranks of the hierarchies? After the archangels and angels, arch-messengers and messengers, we must place among the hierarchical ranks those we may call the spirits of freedom or the spirits of love. Counting from above downward, this is the 10th hierarchy. This 10th hierarchy, although still in the process of development, nevertheless belongs to the spiritual hierarchies. It is not just a matter of repetition in the universe. Each time a cycle has been completed, a new element is introduced into cosmic evolution, and the integration of the new element is always the task of the hierarchy that is at its human stage of development. In these lectures, we have endeavored to fathom the meaning and significance of humanity by considering the significance of our cosmos. Today, to some extent at least, we have raised the spiritual question of the significance of the human being, and we have tried to establish the significance of the human being, the point at the center of the universe, according to the teachings of the mysteries. In so doing, we tried to solve the riddle of the center, the human being, from the periphery, the riddle of the point from the perspective of the circumference. In doing so, we place our knowledge within the sphere of reality. This is the essential point, that true spiritual scientific knowledge is also real concrete knowledge. In other words, spiritual scientific knowledge itself directly produces a picture of the cosmos and the spiritual hierarchies. We are at the center of our universe. Everything around us loses its significance because we have to acknowledge that the outer sense-perceptible world cannot solve the riddles that confront us. It is as if everything were concentrated at a single point. But just as everything compresses together, the solution of the cosmic riddle comes back from the periphery, as powerfully real as matter itself, which is a reflection and image of the spiritual. Matter gathers itself together, disappears at the center, and reappears at the periphery. That is reality. Our knowledge is real when it steps in front of our eyes as the structure and process of the entire cosmos. Such knowledge is no longer a form of speculation, a weaving of fanciful theory, for such knowledge is born out of the cosmos. This is the feeling we should develop. Wisdom must become an ideal for us, born out of the periphery of the cosmos and capable of filling us with great strength, with the strength that enables us to fulfill our own destiny and to achieve our own cosmic ideal. With this strength, we shall also be able to realize the human ideal that awaits us in the future. That is the end of The Spiritual Hierarchies in the Physical World, given by Rudolf Steiner, 10 lectures in Dusseldorf, April 12th to the 18th in 1909, translated by R.M. Querido, revised and edited by Jan Gates.